Let's sit in the quiet and just think about what we've done. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi. So we are back. We're back. We decided to finish Modelland tonight so that we don't have to read it ever again.
Yeah.
We've been reading Modelland for so long, I feel like we could look at the VODs and see like the progression of Gabe's hair growing back out his fro. It looks very good.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my gosh, trying to get my chat back up. Hi, Star. Thank you for suffering with us.
Hi, Star.
Oh. I want to say that the worst is over, but I genuinely don't think it is.
The worst is yet to come.
Every time I'm like, that chapter, that was the worst part. That has to be the worst part. And then chat's like, no, it gets worse. Hi, Patrick.
Hi, Patrick.
Suffering is more fun together. Yeah, that's a t-shirt. Large and damaging wind in my area. Oh no, stay safe. Stay safe, Patrick. I hate windstorms like that. It's super scary.
We somehow need to incorporate the picture of Tyra at the end of the book and being like Modelland survivor.
She looks so happy.
I know.
That was before she read Model.
Before Modelland, and then it shows us being like, after Modelland.
God, it's just... If you're just joining us, if you just happened upon this stream, hi, this is, what, the 6th? This might be the 6th stream. Hi, Toonie. So. Yes, we're starting a new stream, because that's YouTube works that way. Unless we wanted to just leave you guys on share stream for like an hour straight where people tune in and just literally see this. We had to end the stream and come back. So yeah, we're doing a second stream. We did this the first day that we read.
Yep.
And then realized that that was a lot of Modelland, and we're only doing it now because we're so close to the end. We're just like, let's be done with it. like in Lord of the Rings, where he's like, it's over. It's finally over. That's, yeah.
Oh gosh, I remember in Return of the King, it's like, okay, the movie's ended. No, or fade out. Fade in. Stuff happens. Okay, we're done. Fade out. No, we're not. Fade in.
Yep.
When we have half an hour of endings, but not really.
Endings, but not really. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, we're... The last thing we read. Hi, Tex. Here we go. One last time. Play the song.
At the end of the last chapter, there was a scaly, charred monster that turned out to be Creamy De La Crème.
Right. Forgot about that. How could I forget? That's not even the weirdest. That's not even like top 10 weirdest things.
Oh gosh, I feel like Symbol Monster right now is #1 for me. But look, we have emotional support dinosaurs to help us through this.
Oh, interesting, Toonie. Is there, I know that I'm talking about a cartoon called Sherlock Hound. That's adorable. And makes me happy where Modelland is not. I know that there was a thing where we were like, you sent me like a playlist where it was like, it's actually this order, but then you were like, wait, it's actually this is the proper order. So I don't know if either one of those are correct or not, but, I'll keep that in mind when I start. Creamy equals cockroach. Ugh. Oh, like yes, but oh.
Cockroach De La Crème.
Cockroach De La Crème. Oh God, I'm sorry.
It's all good. I'm sorry.
We were joking that that Gabe was like, I'm gonna run to the bathroom 10-1, and then just like. You hear the car peeling out.
But no, I'm here, everybody. I think I'm really here.
Thank you, Judy. You've been a hologram the whole time.
No.
Oh my God.
I can't pick up my drink.
I've switched to, because I drank all of my tea playing our weird drinking game with water, with the weird innuendos and things. I now have a Lipton green tea, that I started drinking this morning and then was like, oh, I'm gonna drink water, and I'm just gonna drink the rest of that.
I remember I was seeing a Lipton commercial where it's like, drinking unsweetened Lipton tea can help with heart health. And I'm like, you know what else helps with heart health? Drinking just water, because that's what I'd rather drink than unsweetened Lipton tea.
Yeah.
growing up in the South, we put sugar in that.
A lot of sugar.
So much sugar.
Because it seems like the DVD order is the canon one, because it's produced by the same company. Well, thank you, Toonie. I appreciate the work of putting them into the correct order. We appreciate that.
Yay.
Yay. So many of these illustrations make sense now, and I miss the days where they didn't make sense.
Yeah, it's just like three-headed woman with a weird hairstyle. What does that mean? Oh gosh. Tyra invested 5 years into conceiving and writing Modelland, her first book of fiction, her love of reading and storytelling deeply embedded in every page. She was born in Los Angeles. She lives in New York and has a vacation home in Modelland, which hasn't been seen since 2011.
I know there's like this cutesy thing about like she's currently in Modelland writing her second novel, which never came. And it's like also we talk about the self-insert of CL. Is this supposed to be is there a picture of CL? Because I'm like, this just looks like Tyra. Like
I think that's just supposed to be a warning about I think it's supposed to like show the symptoms of the Pilgrim Plague. I don't think that's CL.
But I'm picturing Tyra when I picture CL.
And then we just picture Tookie with the gangly arms, her hair, her big forehead, and just have like a CGI Tyra face on hers. That's how we see.
I've returned temporarily. Feel free to run.
Run. Just like in that random like music video thing where it's like running, top model. Running.
I was thinking of there's that, but then I was also thinking of the TikTok sound. If TikTok gets their hands on that Modelland song, it's gonna blow up, by the way. But
quick, someone post it. Become viral.
I got Starbucks. Yay, Starbucks!
Yay!
To get you through the trauma. But I was thinking of that TikTok sound that's like do run, and then it's just like do. I was thinking of that.
I think Vine saw it first.
Yeah.
I miss Vine so much.
I miss Vine too.
And then you see all the Vine stars, and I think maybe like 2 are like I can still tolerate. The other ones I'm just like,
Yeah, TikTok is. I think it was Curtis Connor who said TikTok. I've had the best days and the worst days of my life on TikTok. It's like, that's a wonderful way to put it, actually. You either see like the funniest or just like, oh my god, I never thought about that. This person is so smart thing on TikTok. Or you just see the like, this literally makes me want to have a panic attack because it's a lot. TikTok is a lot. Whenever someone says run weirdly, I think of the clown from the Brave Little Toaster. Oh god, I only have distant memories of the Brave Little Toaster, but I remember being horrified of it.
I just remember they go to Mars and the baby's in a bubble. That's what I remember. I think that's the second one where they go to Mars.
I never saw the second one. I didn't even know there was more than one for a while. I just remember the part, and it must have just been the first movie where they're in like the junkyard and like all the cars are lighting up. That's the only part that I remember.
Oh gosh, I remember that traumatic scene where they needed a battery for something, and the radio, they had just yelled at the radio for some reason, and then you just see the battery roll into view and the radio just like not moving off to the side.
Star says, I think of Pixel Cupcake when she played Tenny on Roblox. Milo says that was the third one. That was the third movie.
My bad. I didn't
TikTok is so ugh. Like, I'm so glad I don't have it. Don't get it. It's not worth it. Because you'll end up addicted to it and be like, but let me check, because sometimes I find the good stuff. And then you're like, nope, I just found the garbage. I mostly just keep mine for like Marvel fandom stuff and like news about that, because that seems to be like the easiest, most direct place to be like, oh, this is what's the new leaked whatever for whatever is out. But yeah, there's too much bad stuff. That scene is from mine was from 3. Oh, it's my one of us is from 3, one of us is from 2.
Oh.
So apparently neither of us have seen Brave Little Toaster.
Oh gosh.
But yeah. No. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Milo.
Oh no. Milo's just like,
yes, we're back, Natty. I'm so sorry. There's this cartoon, and I've been looking for it for years, and to this day, it's the only thing that I can't find, mostly because I don't remember what it's called, and I don't remember enough of the plot to, like, really search it up. All I remember is there was this old lady that had this house of, like, a I just remember like a bunch of books, and it was like a dark house, and it was like a very 90s like cartoon movie, and there was this kid that was in the house for some reason, and the furniture was alive, and they were running around, and I'm like, one day I'm gonna find it. One day. I know I watched this multiple times as a small child, but I cannot remember. Okay, so the first one, the appliances are trying to get back to the master. They live at his family's summer cabin, but they haven't been back in several summers, so they go find him in the city. Okay.
Okay.
I know that Brave Little Toaster is going to be one of those things where I cry when I finally cover it.
Oh, gosh. Well, yeah, with the radio part, I think that was the sad part. Oh, and side note, if I were to ever get a TikTok, I would include a clip, because there's a clip on Everything Wrong With, where the person who does the narration like ripped into a scene in Thor Ragnarok, and I think I have a picture on my phone, but it was essentially
I remember this, yeah.
Yeah, whereas he was essentially like, either the background actors in the scene are so bad, or they haven't, or something about not seeing Thor in years and not reacting to it. And while I'm watching, as he's like saying disparaging things about the background, I'm like, I recognize that person, I recognize that person.
I remember when that happened. I remember you and I being like angry because we were like, we know those people.
Exactly.
How dare you?
Or here, I have it on my phone, but it's basically like, because just so you know, if you look at the background of a scene and some people might not be doing what you think they should be doing, most likely the director told them to act that way. So please don't yell at our friends.
Yeah, they can't control. Trust me, they can't control it.
Oh, found it. Sorry to interrupt.
That's also me with like, even like actors sometimes, like when something weird happens and then actors are getting dragged all over the internet. It's like, they were probably told to do that. Stop.
Yeah, they were hired for these roles, but I found it. The male and female actors behind Thor here are so crappy, didn't say crappy, at faking conversations so important you would ignore the first appearance of Thor in years, and I'm wondering if they won a contest to appear in the scene.
No, they were just like, overworked and probably exhausted. I remember being mad. I remember seeing that come out and like recognizing the people and being like, ooh, I'm mad now.
Yeah, and it's just like, I think the people in those scenes were there at 3 a.m. That's what I heard. Because
yeah, that's what I heard too. It's just like incredibly long days for because the Ragnarok reshoots were done here in Atlanta. The rest of it was filmed in Australia, but
Australia.
Yeah. Natasha was one of those people.
Yep, I remember seeing her because I was working the same day, but I wasn't an Asgardian. I don't know how much I can say though about what I was doing.
The movie's out, so you're probably fine, but I put an earring in this piercing that's like way bigger than the one I used to have, and now it's just like, earring. Oh boy. Less temporarily back because I got the time wrong on the storytelling event I wanted to zoom. Oh well, I'm just glad to hear that you're gonna be escaping to a better. I hope it's better. It's gotta be better than Modelland. And then Mila says, oh boy, I missed. Hang on. The second one, the master is going off to college and he's brought his appliances. He is studying biology and works with animals and is writing his thesis. The appliances have to both save the animals from testing labs and also stop a computer virus from erasing the master's thesis. That's when the radio has to remove his bulb, which they insert in the computer server to fix it. Oof.
Ooh.
In the third one, the master is married and has a child. The baby gets abducted by aliens, and the appliances follow baby to Mars to save him. I need to watch all of the Brave Little Toaster movies right now. Isn't there one where they go to the moon? They go to Mars, not the moon. I missed it. Oh, you mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you missed it. Adriel is saying they thought it was later, but they realized that they've already missed it, which is, I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
So in summary, let me pull up the big thing. I think you read the last chapter before we left, right? So
yeah, creamy, and she promptly passed out.
Right. I'll take responsibility for this one.
I'll just sit here with the emotional support dinosaurs.
There's a broadcast order, YouTube order, from the company channel, Blu-ray order. Oh my god. So no one knows, well, very few people know which order the episodes are supposed to go in. It's kind of like Disney Plus adding DuckTales, like the reboot of DuckTales, which was ongoing and their show, and it was all out of order. And I was like, how did you do this? It's your show. And it just aired like last year. It's not like you're finding this from the archive and just like throwing them online. Like, we don't know how this goes. As you come into the third one, I now want to cover all the Brave Little Toasters, which people have asked me to do for a long time. And I've not avoided it, but I put it off because I know I'm going to cry, just like I do whenever I cover Winnie the Pooh anything.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry, because I'm realizing that you don't have more paper to make dinosaurs. I'm like, we've trapped Gabe.
It's all good. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Also, fun fact, the toaster is genderless. Lots of viewers just kind of assign the toaster a gender in their own heads and are surprised to learn it's never referred to by gendered pronouns at all. That's interesting. Gender non-binary.
Yay.
It's a little bit different. Not that it's never referred to, but it's like I was on live with Maddie and we learned that Maddie said something about Tweety Bird as a she, and I was like, Tweety Bird is a boy? And she was like, have I been getting the gender wrong this whole time? And so we Googled, and then there was one other character. We're like, oh my god. I'm like, yeah, there's like some characters where like 50% of people think they're assigned like he, him pronouns to them, and then 50% assign like she, her pronouns, and it's just not important, so that it never really gets brought up. So people just are like, oh, I've just decided that it seemed like that gender to me. And it's like, because gender is a construct.
As Sasha Velour said in her clat verse, gender is a construct, tear it apart. Wearable art and terrible art. It's a mother chucking world, some bearable art. Yeah.
Nice.
Drag Race.
That's so interesting to me. Tweety Bird is often mistaken as a girl because he has eyelashes. Yeah. Oh, and Blue from Blue's Clues, right? He's often mistaken as a boy because she's blue. Yeah.
And Magenta is a boy.
Same with Bluey from Bluey. Oh, interesting. I know nothing about Bluey. I should probably watch it.
It's interesting. It's a lot of Australian kids screaming at their parents and their parents being like, it's fine. Yeah. Are they Australian or New Zealand dogs?
Magenta is also... Yeah, Magenta is... Because I used to think, like, okay, Magenta is a girl, so Blue from Blue's Clues must be a boy, because, like, blue. But they were like, no gender norms for us. They're both girls. I was like, okay. I'm guessing it is... Oh, yeah, Piglet. We were talking about Piglet, too, because Maddie referred to Piglet as a girl, and I was like, Piglet's a boy. And Maddie was like, what? Literally the only girl character in Winnie the Pooh is Kanga, and that's because she has a kid, so she's the mom. Australian is correct.
Okay. Oh, okay, copy that. Because I know I heard that New Zealanders get offended if you call them Australians, but Australians aren't offended by being called New Zealanders. I'm making a Congo line of dinosaurs down here, guys. Guys, girls, and non-binary individuals.
Once we finish the book, we need to just like take a picture of like all of them encircling Modelland. It's like the raptors have it surrounded. It will no longer be an issue.
The day is saved.
All right. Chapter 41. Stone to Bone and Flesh.
Oh.
Tookie, get up, damn it. Sorry, I don't do the voices as well as Gabe.
Thanks.
The voice sounded foggy and far away. Bright light shone in Tookie's eyes and she sat up and looked around and gasped. She was in her old bedroom in Peppertown. The room was its usual mess. Miracle's things strewn over every inch of space. Miracle lay in her bed by the window, snoring happily. Tookie ran her hand down her face, her heart pounding fast. Everything she'd endured and experienced, Piper, Shiraz, and Dylan and Bravo and CL, seeing her mother and climbing over the wall, none of it had been real. It was all a dream. She felt there's no way that's actually what it is. She felt strange mix of loss, devastation, and relief, or at least she didn't have to face Creamy's wrath in Modelland now, but the tears dotted her eyes, revealing the truth of her disappointment. Tookie, get up! Tookie looked around her bedroom, and before she could respond, her vision went foggy. Giggle, snoring Miracle started to fade, and once more Tookie descended into maddening darkness. Tookie, I know you hear me, damn it! Oh, she's just being yelled at when she's passed out. Okay. She opened her eyes again, and leaning over her was the monster. A giant wall rose up behind it. If I have to tell you one more time to stand the hell up. Tookie sat up and stared. That sounds like something Tyra would have said to somebody on America's Next Top Model.
I think close.
Close. Not trying to put words in her mouth, but there have been some pretty close things from what I've heard. Tookie sat up and stared at the monster with the voice of her mother, a hot ball of fear simmering in the pit of her stomach. She felt suspended between two worlds. Creamy? Tookie whispered again to the creature, drawing back. Shiraz helped Tookie to her feet. Who is Monster and how do you know it? It's my mother, Tookie sputtered. The girls gaped at Tookie and reached out to the cruddy beast. Are you real? Did you fall on your big head just now? Creamy spat. Of course I'm real. Tookie gazed around dazedly. She felt caught between the Tookie she had been and the Tookie she is now. The M building loomed in the distance. The golden plaza sparkled. Piper, crouched in a ball, screamed, "Look, another one!" Another hand appeared at the top of the wall. An instant later, a second body dropped spastically into Modelland. When it turned, Tookie's heart stopped in her chest. Those perfect aqua blue, single-colored eyes. Miracle. My sister? Tookie said in disbelief. The words didn't sound quite right coming out of her mouth. Your sister is part Legizard? Piper asked, looking at Tookie. With the same fearful expression she had once reserved for CL, Dylan grabbed Piper's hand. Everything seemed like it was happening in both slow and sped up motion. Tookie felt dizzier and dizzier. Creamy and Miracle were here? She remembered Creamy pointing to the sky as if she was cursing Tookie when CL had carried her away in her pouch on T-Dod. Then she thought of what she'd overheard in the Belladonna's chambers, how the Belladonna had switched a girl who was rightfully belonged at Modelland with Tookie. And now Tookie's suspicions had proven true. The rightful girl was Miracle, and Creamy was there on a mission. Well, that can't be true, because CL was like, nah. Long time no see, Creamy said to Tookie, taking her in from head to toe. You look different. She reached back and yanked the hunch off her back. A cruddy backpack fell to the ground. She then forcefully pulled Tookie up. Take us to the Belladonna now. Excuse me? Her mother's grip on Tookie's arm strengthened. Are you deaf? She mocked. For a moment, Tookie couldn't speak. She couldn't take Creamy to the Belladonna. If she did, her stay at Modelland would be all over. You could get in huge trouble, Creamy. You can't be here. Creamy waved her hand dismissively. Then her eyes brightened and she noticed something behind Tookie. She marched ahead, crossing the Golden M Plaza. Golden exclamation marks followed her as she made her way to the O. Miracle, come! Creamy shouted, snapping her fingers and shifting Bellissima in her arms. Miracle and everyone else trailed behind. Tookie turned and felt a momentary jolt of pleasure at seeing Miracle looking so wretched while she herself wore Modelland dress uniform couture. Creamy marched right up to the Belladonna statue and stared at it. Belladonna! The statue remained still. Creamy stomped her sooty foot. Belladonna, I know you hear me, Creamy roared. Brown spit spewed from her mouth with every syllable. Brown spit?
I guess she's so charred it's like mixing in with the spit. But how is she able to talk so well?
Ugh. Lady today, Madam Belladonna may be a bit stone-faced and temperamental, CL said in a teasing, confiding voice, leaning close to Creamy, especially because today's the 7-7 tournament. Creamy rolled her eyes, which after months of starvation looked like deep pits far back in her skull. The 7-7 tournament, that idiotic pomp and circumstance. She turned back to the statue. Belladonna, she roared, stop ignoring me. Oh my god, look. Dylan shrieked. The Belladonna statue's eyes began to blink. Her hands moved from their alluring pose. She arched her neck way down and gazed upon the filthy woman in the O. Her brow furrowed, the corners of her mouth dipped into a frown, then she burst into song. Oh, of course she did. I have no idea what beat this is to. Silly moppet, foolish wench, creatures of abominable stench, you crosseth mine gold path today, so welcome to your dear doomsday. The punishment deserved you will... Creamy stopped her foot again, interrupting the belladonna song. Will you stop that ridiculous singing? Tookie and the Unicas exchanged shocked looks. The belladonna continued to scowl. Her gaze scanned the others. Her eyes narrowed, especially when she noticed CL. Of course you'd be part of this, she hissed. I don't know what this is, but it's pretty damn entertaining, CL said. Well, Creamy stared at the statue. Where the hell are you? You and I need to have a serious talk. The belladonna paused. More cheers exploded from inside the 7-7 stadium. Drums beat wildly. Tookie waited for Modelland security to approach. She knew the belladonna would not conduct a visit with a mere mortal just as the most important tournament of the year was about to begin. Not with her public waiting, not with grand, important, life-changing decisions to be made, not with the entire board waiting for her. Oh, I forgot bored is spelled like when you're bored of something and it's capitalized. Mm-hmm. Amazingly, the giant belladonna statue sighed and stretched her arm towards a thick hedge. All of you, go to the last zip-zap on the left through there. Now! Tookie gasped. Seriously? The statue went stiff. The decision made. Everyone marched off toward the hedges to the zip-zap. Creamy! Miracle cried. Do we have to go inside that jiggity-jaggedy thing? Tookie turned to CL, who lingered outside the hedge with her. You're coming with us, right? I don't think so, Tookie, CL said, scratching her back. Your mom and your sister remind me of when I dug up my... Then Tookie heard a horn blare behind her. When she turned, she saw a familiar face staring with wonderment at the brand new stadium. His hair slicked back, his formal testosterone uniform tightly fitted to his body, and a little bruise over his left eye, perhaps from where someone smacked him hard during man attack. This is healthy. Bravo! He turned as if scenting Tookie, watching. When he saw her, his expression was one of utter confusion. The last he knew, she had said she was leaving Modelland. Everything Bravo had told Tookie just before they fought in Man Attack flooded to her brain like a disease. I made a bet. The weird-looking ones, they're the ultimate challenge, she let out a sniff. But as she was about to turn away, she noticed the look on his face, as if he didn't want her to break eye contact, and then he licked his thumb and pantomimed waving Tookie's eyebrows. Fell open. How dare he do that, of all things? She made up her mind that she would never forgive him, ever. I hate that this is their thing. You might as well be dead to me, Bravo. We're waiting, Creamy said from inside the hedge. CL backed away. I'm sorry, Tookie. You're on your own with this one. I'm so sorry, but I'm feeling the urge to go find a reed. No! Don't do that. But Tookie looked at CL pleadingly. This was all too much. Her mother's return, Miracle, the stress of Bravo. Please, that's tantamount to the rest of this? Your boyfriend problems? Boyfriend. They were together for like a day.
Yeah. Or he gave her whipped cream for 2 weeks in a row.
Please. Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Please, CL, I can't do this alone, and I don't want you to be alone right now. Please, CL, face all your traumas and be completely triggered. For my sake, please. Yikes. CL wavered for a minute, then nodded. Tookie walked into the clearing and approached the zip-zap on the end. She glanced over her shoulder and then ducked inside. Creamy followed. In seconds, they had slid through the long tube and emerged at the end of a dim corridor. Piper inhaled. Blood oranges. At least something smells fresh, Dylan said, eyeing Creamy and Miracle. And then they heard them. The calming, soothing undulations of unseen voices chanting ooh and ah. Tookie glanced at her friends. The belladonna had ordered them to the ooh-ah. I forgot the ooh-ah was a thing. Guess Madame Belladonna needed her butt waxed before her big 7-7 speech, CL said, smirking. Ugh.
Drink.
I'll drink at the break. They walked into the spa lobby. It was much more humid than when Tookie had been there. Purplish light spilled into the hall. The check-in desk was unoccupied, and a serene tableau was reflected in the walls. A cobblestone street, church towers, a burgeoning butcher shop, a cobbler's shop, and a spinning windmill surrounded them. The sound of church bells reverberated so loudly that Tookie felt they were suddenly trapped in a belfry. Quaint, Piper murmured, looking around. It's like a village in labyrinth fairy tale, Shiraz whispered. She reached out to touch a jolly, white-bearded man with droplets of sweat on his brow. But her fingers slipped through the transparent image. There was no one else in the room. Odd. Belladonna, Creamy called out. Where are you? This place has you written all over it. It does? Tookie whispered. Ciel caught her eye and shrugged. Belladonna, Creamy roared again. I swear to God, woman, if you don't answer me, I'll... In here, a voice boomed and everyone jumped. Please don't tell me that this is like her sister.
I was just thinking that like they're related or they know each other or something.
A gauzy curtain materialized in the corner. Persimmon I still can't say that, stepped through it, her hands clasped at her waist. As soon as Creamy saw her, she let out a gasp. Good Lord, what is that? She's naked and has black eye whites, Creamy, Miracle said fearfully. Tookie nudged her. That's Persimmon. A mannequin, Miracle. Have some respect. More like persecution, Creamy muttered. Persimmon flinched slightly. Then Persimmon gestured to the curtain. I will lead you to see the belladonna now. But let me run down the rules first. No touching of all of the belladonna, no getting too close, no incessant breathing in her presence. Okay? I'm gonna hyperventilate right now. Just to piss you off, lady. Piper nudged Tookie. We're going to actually see the belladonna, like all up in the flesh and everything, Dylan said, her eyes wide as saucers. Persimmon listed the last of her rules. Only speak when spoken to. If in doubt, remain silent. Oh, please, Creamy exploded, pushing past Persimmon and bursting through the curtain. Everyone followed her inside. Tookie held her breath, unsure of what they were about to see, but it was just an empty room. The walls were blank. They were no cushy chairs, no cashmere walls, no treatment beds. The only thing in the room was a large, slate gray statue of the belladonna in the corner. All at once, as Creamy moved closer, a giant, jagged crack appeared on the statue's shoulder. The crack widened, snaking all the way to the belladonna's belly button. The rocky exterior rumbled as if stricken by a tiny self-contained earthquake, and an enormous chunk of the shoulder and torso broke off and smashed into 100 pieces on the ground. Everyone jumped back. Miracle shrieked. Tookie clasped her hand over her mouth. Oh, you broke it, Dylan murmured under her breath to Creamy. And as we say in the Boo Big Teak Nation, you break it, you bought it. You boo rake it, you boo buy it, baby. Sorry. My brain tried to edit that out for me, and then I realized, and then I was like, I can't let that one fly.
Oh.
Another chunk fell off the statue. Its right bicep crumbled, and an elbow, then a stone in the form of the belladonna's sinewy fingers. But there was something inside the statue's stony exterior, something the crumbling rock was slowly revealing. 5 human fingers emerged from the slate shell. A thin rose gold sleeve made of the finest silk appeared next, then a swan-like neck and a pair of round, pert breasts. I didn't need to know that about the belladonna. Flesh bone, at least the belladonna's an adult. That's how low we've sunk. Flesh bone, a person was under there. And then the person began to move. The fingers on the right hand twitched. The chest heaved in and out. In its feet, which were clad in sharp 7-inch high stilettos. 7-inch high. Oh my God. Tapped. Everyone, even Creamy, stared as more and more pieces from the sculpture tumbled to the ground. Finally, the entire statue had chipped away except for one large piece of stone over the face. How dare, a muffled voice said from behind the stone. How dare. Tookie glanced at the others. It was definitely the belladonna's voice. They were actually going to see her in the flesh. You demand to see, the belladonna went on. Tookie and her friends, Miracle, and even Creamy took one step backwards, holding their breath. This is it, Tookie thought. Here it comes. Me, the belladonna boomed. The belladonna stone mask fell to the floor and shattered. Okay, before you start the next chapter, I gotta go get my wrist brace because I forgot it downstairs.
Oh no.
I was sitting here holding the book being like, that feels worse than it did all day today.
Oh no.
I'll be right back, I think.
Creamy's mother is the belladonna. I'm just kidding, I don't know. Because she's encased in stone so she can keep her features the same or something, I don't know. Frozen in time. Trying to listen to this and watch Vox Machina and cook dinner. Oh, what season of Vox Machina are you on? Are you watching season 2? I thought it was great. I also saw season 2. Vox Machina is great, but it's not something you want your family to walk in on you watching. That would be embarrassing. Oh, giving my Tina voice. Oh, yes, season 2. Yes, have you seen Vox Machina before?
I have not.
Oh, okay. But Texas is saying they're watching season 2, and so I'm just like, oh, I saw season 2. It's definitely crazy.
You can talk about it. I probably won't watch it soon enough to remember for spoiler reasons. I'm so confused in my keyboards. Yeah, yeah, that's Modelland. Sorry, I'm back.
Yay.
Wrist brace and all. My whole family is a group of massive nerds. I love it.
Oh, why or Milo or what's embarrassing about Vox Machina? Just like watch the first episode, like watch the first few minutes of Vox Machina, and then it's like, oh.
It's just like really like nerd stuff.
It's like D&D, but it's like really raunchy and violent.
Oh, I got you.
That's why I was saying you don't want your family to walk in on you watching it. Well, I mean, some family members might be like, "This is cool," but like a parent walking in while you're watching Vox Machina, it's like, ugh.
Blu-ray one. Patreon. Thanks, Toonie. If you want to put that on you can send it to me, or you can just put it on the Discord, whichever one is easier. I'll find it in one of the two places. This is so unnecessary. Like, why? Why is she encased in stone? Why indeed? That is a valid question.
Oh, I was saying so she can like keep her looks like frozen in time, like thing, like she's a statue.
No more singing. Why are we being punished for Creamy's crimes? Creamy's crimes.
Creamy's crimes. Dun dun.
Wait, Tookie knows the belladonna. I've zoned out. Yeah. Yeah, that's your brain trying to protect you. Your brain will do a lot to protect you from trauma.
Yes.
All right. Turning this back on because I'm going back to my tippy taps of getting merch online because dang it, I'm going to have something to show for this.
Do it. I'm just going to put that over there.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
It's all good.
You can... wait. It went to a different live stream when we stopped our live stream.
No.
How dare you?
Why? Just gonna... I'm like, did I get any messages from a casting company? Nope. Okay, few. Because that's something a casting company would do. They're like, hey, you're booked for a scene tomorrow. Have fun. And it's like, what? No. You need to confirm this first.
Nope. Okay, sorry. You can...
No, it's all good. I'm just all over the place. Chapter 42. Les trois copains.
Nice.
Copines. Copains.
Nice.
Copines. Yeah. Ooh. All the Unicas said at once, boo. The belladonna answered like a seductive ghost. A humor of sense she has, murmured Shiraz. A heavenly glow emanated from the belladonna as though she was not a human but a goddess. Her hair was wild and black and fell past her waist. Her skin was olive, her cheekbones high, her lips defined, and her eyes, the darkest coal-black irises Tookie had ever seen. The expression on her face was one of utter poise, but also extreme annoyance. She was beyond striking, possessing a divine, otherworldly type of beauty. She's an alien. Shiraz...
That would be the least weird thing at this point.
Shiraz dropped to her knees, and the rest of the girls followed. Supernatural, Piper blurted out reverently. Dang, am I seeing things? Did she just dress up and change up on me? Dylan whispered. The belladonna's dress had quickly morphed from metallic rose gold ruffles to a kaleidoscopic snakeskin frock with thousands of pleats. The shape-shifting dress finally settled into a dramatic black floor-length gown with sharp spikes around the high neck collar. Every so often, the spike writhed and twisted alive. CL whispered, "She's a fashion dictator. Her clothes shift and the world's fashion trends follow. I'll bet my CL face money that tomorrow's spike dresses will be all the frickin' rage." "Shh," Persimmon hissed, giving CL a swift kick to the side of her with her pointy-toed boot. Speak only when spoken to. And if you don't have anything worthwhile to say, say nothing." The belladonna stared, or actually squinted at Creamy, almost like she couldn't quite see her very well at first. Then her forehead crinkled into a scowl. "This is not happening. This creature has not invaded my chambers on such an important day," Creamy bustled. "I'm not afraid of you, rock wench." "You will," CL murmured to Tookie. "I kind of like that mother of yours. She speaks my language." "You can have her," Tookie murmured. Her heart was pounding wildly. What was the belladonna going to do with Creamy? She'd overheard that what the belladonna did to CL and was sure the rock wench was capable of worse. "Creamy, maybe we should go," she whispered to her mother. A bemused smile crept onto the belladonna's face. "Creamy? What's with this creamy nonsense? Is that what you're making your children call you? If I'm seeing what I think I am, you are a far cry from creamy. Clumpy is more like it, or craggy."
Clumpy.
Okay, so after Hunchy, I feel like Belladonna is my favorite character right now. And Kamalini. But at least my soul isn't rotten, Creamy shot back. Then she turned to the group. Listen up, everybody. There's a rumor going around that the belladonna's soul is as filthy as a choke stop urinal. Word has it, she traded it away. No, I can't say I had any idea. CL moved closer to Creamy, intrigued and amused. And how did she sell her soul, if I may ask? Creamy's eyes gleamed. Well, Silence! The belladonna roared. I'm supposed to be changing lives right now, making the grand decisions that keep the world as we know it running smoothly. Then she snapped her fingers and stared at the bare walls. Environment, stadium. With a whoosh, the majestic grandstands of the stadium appeared on the walls. The belladonna walked up to them until she was about an inch away, taking in the scene. The stage was a half moon of pure gold, and the various challenges for the obstacle course were set up and waiting. The 7-7 upper-class Bellas, all one word, upper-class Bellas, stood in a nervous huddle in the wings, many of them holding hands and chanting calming prayers. The board filed in and sat on the tic-tac-toe risers Tookie had seen in the M building. Only the middle square, the belladonna seat, remained empty. The board glanced at it with alarm, perhaps worried that she hadn't yet appeared. Gennaro eyed the middle seat as if he wanted to be in it. The brand new sparkling seats were filled to capacity with staff bastosteros and civilians. Hovering above were special skyboxes for living Intoxibella. Tookie spotted Katucha from last year's ceremony waving to the crowd. Sindesi had bastosteros waiting on her hand and foot. Dalma, one of the most amazing catwalkers of all time, walked in place regally for the crowd. Then Tookie noticed a skinny Intoxibella popping pills and offering some to the Intoxibella to her left.
Uh-oh.
She looked like she hadn't slept for weeks. Is that Fiona from Catwalk Corridor, she wondered? It was. She must have gotten out for good behavior, but it appeared she'd be sent back soon. The Modelland Bellas filled the floor section of the stadium. Zarpessa and Chase lounged in the back rows, whispering, and Kamalini bobbed her head from side to side, listening to her headbanger. Filing in through the side entrances of the stadium were dozens of acrobats and exotic jungle cats, lending a circus-like atmosphere. Can they really not see us? Piper whispered, tiptoeing over to the seats and waving her hand through Zarpessa's transparent hologram. She stuck out her forefinger and thumb in mimic crushing Chase and Zarpessa's head, and in an uncharacteristic way, she said, "Take that, B-words. Who's translucent now?" Dylan sidled up next to Piper, lifted her train, and oh my god, she mooned them. Dylan moons them. "This is for you ladies. Some big T booty. Behave. Yeah, Persimmon is right. Behave, Persimmon hissed, pulling both girls away. You are in the presence of the belladonna. But the belladonna was unaware of the Unica Bella hijinks. Her eyes were darting back and forth from the stadium to Creamy. Creamy tucked Bellissima under her arm, marched over, and yanked Tookie's hand. Look, Belladonna, since you have to greet your adoring public, I'll make this short and sweet. She, Creamy jogged a finger at Tookie, doesn't belong here. Whoops, I forgot to do that whole thing in her voice. Doesn't belong here. My miracle does. What? Shiraz blurted out from the sidelines. Tookie does belong here. Silence! Persimmon snapped, kicking Shiraz. The belladonna launched herself forward and grabbed Tookie's other arm. She missed, but then she grabbed hold. Excuse me? No mistakes were made on the day of discovery. Tookie glanced nervously at Ciel, knowing the truth, but Ciel just shook her head and made a zip motion across her lips. You're lying, stone-faced woman. Creamy gripped Tookie's wrist hard Creamy gripped Tookie's wrist hard and pulled. It felt like rope burn. I know why you did it. You're still bitter after all these years. You're still holding a ridiculous grudge. With another tug, Tookie went stumbling back to the belladonna. You're right. My heart has never healed and never will. Oh gosh, were they like girlfriends or something? She said cryptically. But revenge is so sweet. My bringing Tookie here instead of Miracle made you catch the pilgrim plague, and that tastes so good to me. But yuck, you survived the journey. Creamy pulled Tookie back so hard Tookie felt like her insides were going to split open. Suddenly, Creamy's gaze landed on Miracle, who was watching the 7-7 Stadium pre-show dance number with amazement. Her toes tapped to the music. Her arms wiggled and her head bobbed. Dust and soot flew off her body like she was a rug that had just been shaken out. Miracle! Creamy shrieked and slapped Miracle across the face.
Oh!
Ow, Creamy! Then stop that darn devil dancing. This is our life, our chance, and I refuse to let you just prance it away.
She's prancer-sizing.
Miracle fought hard not to cry. Her cheek bore an exact imprint of her mother's hand.
Oh my god.
Of her mother's hand and ring. But it looks funner out there than it is in here with you. A vessel in Creamy's forehead bulged. I trekked up this darn mountain almost unalived for you. Do you even know what that was like? Miracle stared slack-jawed at her mother. Of course I know what it was like, Creamy, she said in a voice that sounded lucid, almost intelligent. I was there.
Yeah.
And then before anyone could stop her, she ran out of the room. Miracle, Creamy shouted, come back here now. But Miracle was gone. Creamy clamped her mouth shut, looking flustered and bewildered. Clearly this wasn't part of the plan. Well, at least she'll be in the stadium surrounded by other Bellas where she belongs. She whipped around and transferred all her aggression to the 5 fingers that still held tightly to Tookie's arm, squeezing so hard that Tookie let out a small pain. Yeep. Now make it official, she said to the belladonna, or else. Or else what? Or else I'll tell them. Creamy's eyes glimmered darkly. What are you two talking about? Creamy cried, caught between them. Tell us what? What are you both hiding? The belladonna snickered. I have no idea what your mother's talking about, Tookie, but there are 2 things I do know. Uno, your mother is evil. Y dos, she doesn't really care about you. All she cares about is herself.
Well, no, we know that.
Yeah. And maybe that bizarre baby doll she's carrying around. Yeah. That shows how blind you really are, Creamy snapped. Bellissima is beautiful, not bizarre. Then she moved her face close to Tookie's and put her cruddy hand on Tookie's cheek. It was sweet and terrifying at the same time. As for what I've never told you, Tookie, it's all in the past, dear, the ancient past. And you know ancient isn't my thing. Plus, it doesn't concern you. Of course it concerns me, Tookie wiggled her arms. I'm caught in the middle.
Stuck in the middle with you. And then it just starts playing that song.
No, that would mean the book was slightly better than the
Yeah, that would actually be great.
Yeah, crazy mama, let her go. Shiraz yelled. Both women stared only at one another. Tookie gazed with disbelief at her mother, nearly unrecognizable with the soot all over her wrinkled face, her normally pristine clothes in tatters, and her hair a filthy rat's nest atop her head. All at once, Tookie realizing how little she knew about Creamy, how her own mother was one big mystery to her, except for the clear disdain she had for Tookie. To Creamy, Tookie was a waste of time, a dead weight. That was why Creamy was fine with sending her away to become a factory dependent. Tookie just didn't matter. She was in the way, and now she was in Miracle's way. Excuse me. Tookie's shock over finding out that the belladonna and Creamy knew one another was replaced with rage. Whatever happened between them, she wanted to know about it. She deserved to know. It was time for the truth. As she stood there in front of her tormentors, Tookie caught sight of a long corridor of the ooh-ah. A plan began to form in her mind. Give it to me, you blind cat, Creamy screamed, yanking on Tookie's arm. And at that, Tookie moved a smidgen to the left in the direction of the hallway. She is property of Modelland now, the belladonna roared. Using Tookie as her tug-of-war rope, Tookie shifted toward the hallway a little more. Back and forth they went until they were halfway down the hallway. Finally, Tookie broke free and sprinted towards the flashback females. Tookie, where the heck?
I forgot about the flashback females.
Or I saw their picture in the back and I'm like, the flashback females. Tookie, where in the heck are you going? Creamy squawked. Tookie skidded to a stop in the flashback room. The three females sat cross-legged on the floor, calm looks on their faces. They hardly seemed surprised as Creamy, the belladonna, Persimmon, Ciel, Miracle, and the Unicas tumbled in after Tookie. Oh, I thought Miracle left. I guess she's back. Milky, or whatever you call yourself, leave my premises right now.
Milky.
The belladonna roared. This is a sacred place, and I will not have your filthy mouth, body, mind, and bizarre doll dirty it up any more than you already have. Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Tookie approached the female close to her. I deserve to know what happened between these two, she said aloud. Can you show us? The female frowned. But it is not your flashback, Tookie. Only the one who is part of the flashback may access it and show others. Creamy stepped forward, her footsteps making dirty smudges on the gleaming white floor. Then I'd like to access it, so we all can see. Don't you dare! The belladonna roared, reaching for her but missing. Exasperated, she groped toward the wall. Nars, I need you. Come now. There is an intruder in my ooh-ah.
What the hell?
There's an intruder in my ooh-ah. Can that be a shirt design? There's an intruder in my ooh-ah. O-O-H.
Oh, okay.
There's an intruder in my ooh-ah. Well, now I'm going to say it over and over again because you'll laugh. Or can someone clip that? where it's just, there's an intruder in my ooh-ah.
It's just... Sorry. I think I've lost my mind.
This is my plan all along. And it's like, wait
Cool.
a second. Wait, I'm going crazy. Anyway, behind them in the projected image of the stadium, Gennaro flinched as though he'd heard the belladonna's message loud and clear. The crowd was getting restless. The board was on their feet, trying to calm everyone down and determine the cause of the delay. Where's the belladonna? Voices screamed out. She's never late like this. Gennaro promptly abandoned his post and vanished. Creamy moved toward the flashback circle. Well, show us, she commanded the females. The room started to dim and walls began to pulse. Don't listen to her, the belladonna screamed. She glared around at Tookie's friend and Ciel. All of you, you must leave with me now. Immediately, Tookie and her friends ran toward the door. The place was in chaos, but still, they knew they couldn't disobey the belladonna. Shiraz made it out first, then Piper, then Dylan. Tookie was close behind, but tripped and fell. And then Creamy jumped into the circle, making more dust rise off her body in a thick black cloud. Instantly, the heavy metal door slammed shut, sealing Tookie and Ciel inside with the two deranged women and the flashback females. The sounds of the 7/7 festivities were instantly muffled. The room descended into darkness. An eerie reddish mist wafted through the room. No! The belladonna wailed, scratching at the heavy iron and concrete doors with her fingernails, trying to lift them. Persimmon, do something! Get these doors open! There's intruders in my ooh-ah! But Persimmon just shook her head helplessly. Oh, beloved belladonna, she said in a monotone. There is nothing I can do to lift them until the flashback is over. You know that. You put these doors here. Yes, Creamy hissed triumphantly. The stone woman is trapped by her own man-made rock. Then the flashback females stepped up to Creamy and leaned their heads close to hers, telepathically interpreting Creamy's wishes. It is so, the female said, lowering their beehived heads. Creamy turned and faced the others. Here we go, darlings. Here we go, Tookie thought nervously. Am I ready for this? Are y'all ready for this? All at once, Tookie felt the familiar tingling sensation. A pinprick of light appeared at the end of a tunnel. More light streamed in and shapes appeared. The shapes became buildings, and then Tookie was standing in the O alone. And yet, much about her surroundings looked different. A stadium stood off to the side, but it was made of ancient stone. The M building glistened a tad less, and it was still a shimmering behemoth. Tookie? Turning around, Tookie saw Ciel across the O. What's going on? Tookie cried, rushing over to her. I don't know. Ciel spun around, taking in their surroundings. She ran her hand down her face and took a couple of deep breaths. When is this, I wonder? Shh! Creamy hissed from close by. Tookie caught sight of her too, standing on the edge of the golden walkway, still caked in filth. The belladonna stood next to her, covering her eyes. Persimmon was at her side, staring straight ahead. Just then, a stream of girls in yellow uniforms walked off an escalator onto the ground. The escalator was alongside the electromagnetic sphere that housed the WOW class. Except instead of being suspended in the air it normally was, the structure was on stilts. The girls' uniform looked similar to Jen's upper class Bella one, but instead of pants, they had on skirts that stopped at their knees. The flashback followed two of them, one with very dark hair and olive skin, the other with blonde hair and beautiful pink cheeks. I still think my argument that fuller lips and bums are no longer on trend is correct, but yuck, so cruel. I hope I got my point across in rebuttal without hurting anyone's feelings, the olive-skinned girl said. Pouty, tarty, juicy, plump lips don't go well with slender, tender, slimmer, thin hips. She's saying this last part, stretching out her arms as if completing an aria. She was undoubtedly the belladonna, but she couldn't have been more than 18 years old. You always manage to win, wow, but never lose friends. That's a gift, LaDonna, the blonde said brightly, reaching over and giving the brunette a friendly hug.
The belladonna, I can't right now. Continue, sorry.
LaDonna? Tookie thought, oh my gosh, is that the belladonna's real name? Okay. LaDonna playfully smacked the blonde. Like you aren't full of magical gifts. 7 of them to be exact. Little Miss Future 777. Sometimes I wish those magneto waves would scramble your brain so the rest of us could shine. Then LaDonna started belting out a song about being free as a bird. One more wow, and we're free for a whole month. She gushed, go, see, go. Can't come soon enough. The blonde poked her side, smiling brightly. That's just because you're jonesing for a hunk of mana, for that hunk of mana yours.
Ew.
Shh, LaDonna whispered, glancing at the enormous belladonna statue across the square. It had the same defined lips and arched eyebrows as LaDonna. That's the Queen Belladonna, Ciel whispered as though reading Tookie's thoughts. Our Belladonna's mama. I think they're from a long line of royal Intoxibellas or something. Just then a third girl ran up to the group. She had silky brown hair, smooth tan skin, and large alluring tiger-striped eyes. She wasn't in a yellow upper-class Bella Modelland uniform like the others, but instead wore a long couture gown. It was flesh-toned and made of the finest lace and tulle. Tookie leaned forward, frowning. LaDonna's eyed wide and admiring the brunette girl. Nice vestido, girlie. Yep, the new girl said, doing a shimmy and a twirl. I just came from a fitting at Guru Applause. It just needs a few more tweaks. I'm going to wear it for the big day. It's kind of hard to walk in, but easy to turn. She spun like a top, completing 4 circles, spotting perfectly. The blonde clapped gleefully. You're definitely going to be chosen to be a 7-7 wearing that, Lotta. Lotta? The name rang through Tookie's mind like a siren. I hope so, because if they don't pick me, I think I'll literally unalive Percy, she replied. Someone in the room gasped. Tookie turned and saw Persimmon, the mannequin in the corner. Her head shook with sorrow. Was she Percy? Then Tookie's gaze moved to the brunette girl again. There was something vaguely familiar about her mouth, her eyes, the color and tone of her silky skin, but Tookie was too scared to admit the undeniable truth. Then her gaze returned to the dress and her heart stung once more. It was the dress Creamy had specifically picked out for Miracle for T-Dot at the Jerk Boutique 1 year ago. Creamy had chosen it, touched it, even thought it was vintage, old. Tookie's stomach turned over as the weight of what she'd just discovered fully hit her. Lotta was Creamy, her mother, and Creamy, the Belladonna, and Persimmon had once been best friends on their way to becoming Intoxibellas at Modelland. Oh, I thought they were like BFFs or like GFs or something like that, but you know, that's fine. They used to be friends.
Oh, is that the end of the chapter?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, good. So Chad is making me laugh.
Oh gosh.
Anton just pops in and Natty says, Anton, for your mental health, run. That's good, Chris. I'm sorry. That sounds painful. I'm glad you don't have to go to the ER. Get ready. It's gonna get better. Oh my god, it's all connected.
Oh gosh. Alexa, play It's All Coming Back to Me Now by Celine Dion.
Wait, I have to get my white dress and run through a castle.
Oh, yeah. After your
Someone break up with me so I can do the It's All Coming Back to Me Now video.
Oh no. That's why they're filming the chase scene. It's gonna be part of that. It's part of a new one.
Okay, so Natty says to tell you about her laptop. Natty says, let me get back to it. I spilled ginger ale on my wireless keyboard and like a drop or two on my laptop, not enough to do damage, knock on wood. So I'm listening to this weird ass book as I'm panicking and running around. I'm so sorry, Natty. That is such an image, though.
No. You better tell them or I will.
Yeah, I have no medical experience to offer, but I will offer you my support and sympathies.
Support and sympathy.
Yay! Why can I put this on a sports bra? Huh.
Oddle.
Oddleland. Oddleland.
The trespassers in my ooh-ah. Why is that funny?
Trespassers in my ooh-ah.
That's literally what she says. Nars, where are you? There's trespassers in my ooh-ah.
More like Awful Land. It's like the Nicki Minaj meme where she's running. Oh no.
Oh gosh.
It's just the way you say ooh-ah.
Ooh-ah.
Like it needs to be a euphemism for something, but the room is O-O-A-H. Is there a story behind the wrist brace? Oh, so it's just from overuse and having bad posture. I just have carpal tunnelness going on from all the editing and computer work and such, so I just am intermittently wearing this brace. It's no injury, well, no serious injury or anything, just I don't even have, whenever I get injured, I don't even have like fun stories. It's just like when I was like, oh yeah, I'm on antibiotics for Lyme disease. Oh my god, did you get that on like some really harsh set or like Walking Dead? I'm like, no, I went to Piedmont and then just got bit by a tick, and then it was the like bullseye, and then the doctor was like, that's a tick bite, better get you on antibiotics. And I was like, how?
Yeah, I remember hearing stories about people who are like, yeah, I was sitting on the ground on Walking Dead and there were ticks everywhere. Oh gosh, but yeah, I just took a picture. It's Nars, I need you. Come now, there's an intruder in my ooh-ah.
That says, yeah, look for the lady parts. Oh my god. Tornado on the ground, Patrick. Go get shelter. Come back later.
Yeah, don't watch this.
At least bring us to the shelter if you have to. Get into the shelter one way or the other.
But there's no Wi-Fi in the shelter. Get in the shelter.
It sounds like hoo-ha.
Yeah. My ooh-ah. The hoo-ha. What the foo-fa? There was someone in high school who said, what the foo-fa?
Oh my gosh.
And then I learned about hoo-ha, and now it's ooh-ha.
Did it say Lana was creamy? Yes, Lana is creamy.
Lana was creamy.
Yes, please be safe, Patrick. Seriously. Oh, you're working at the station. Oh, well, at least you'll be safe. At least the station is probably safe. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
I said hopefully.
She said with hope in her eyes.
You'll be picked up in a house and transported to Modelland.
No. You'll have to use your knowledge that we've read to survive Modelland.
I had a friend that used to say fug luck instead of fuck. Well, that just sounds like the same thing.
I just say fudge.
Honey, yeah, it's a twister.
Oh no.
Creamy, it's a twister.
Creamy's coming for you.
Oh my god.
Watch out for CL in her scout uniform with its like translucent
Right by on the She's like, oh my.
Oh god.
Oh my god. That's funny. Okay.
Here you go.
Oh my god. We're so close. These are the, by the way, there's 5 different color choices, but these are the,
Ooh, that looks cool.
there's all kind Modelland, the I survived Modelland shirts. I think they look alright. They look like what Modelland deserves. Chapter 43, Porcelain Living Dolls. I already don't like where this is going. Guys, don't give Tyra ideas.
She's gonna write a second one, but not gonna say it's Modelland. It's like, oh, the random person got sucked up in a twister, and now she's in Modelland.
Adrielle says, I will say fuck, and then in the same sentence say hecking. That's like my brother. My brother will say, like, hecking just for fun, because everybody knows that he's not afraid of swearing. He's a filmmaker. He's been there. Creamy milkshake. Oh god, no. Her milkshake does not bring all the boys to the yard.
But she will say it's better than yours.
Alright. All at Once is chapter 43. There's Porcelain Living Dolls. All at once, they were whipped out of the flashback, back in the flashback females' room once more. The belladonnas, Creamy, was staring at one another, their faces 2 inches apart. LaDonna, Creamy hissed. Cremlata defecake. The belladonna answered. Tookie widened her eyes, hardly believing what she was hearing. Cremlata and defecake? Disgusting. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Sure. She stared at her mother. Why don't you tell me any of this? Why didn't you ever tell me you were a Bella here? The fact that she's still scared of Creamy after all that she's been through is so sad.
Yeah. Trauma. Well, that's like the one consistency where it's like, that makes sense.
It does make sense. It's just sad.
Yeah.
The one thing she got right about trauma. Creamy just shrugged. Oh, whatever, Tookie. It's one minor detail of my life I just left out. Get over it. CL sniffed with disdain. You're telling Tookie to just get over it? That's rich, considering that it's obviously something you're clearly still seething about. Tookie's mind continued to spin. Creamy, is this how you knew so much about Modelland? Is this how you knew Miracle was going to get chosen? Daughters of Intoxibellas had almost a 100% chance of getting into Modelland after all, higher than the chances of Smy's finders. Before her mother could answer, the flashback females looked at everyone, communicating without moving their mouths. We're going back in, everyone, to a different flashback now. Hold on. Oh, God. Trauma. We're on the road to trauma. I don't know what that melody was supposed to be.
We're on the road to trauma.
To trauma. To trauma.
We're on the road to trauma. Oh gosh, I'm looking at myself.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I'm just like, oh, I look so weird.
Here we go. Oh god, Darth Sidious. The jokes basically write themselves, Natty. They basically... This is wild. There was a whoosh, and the tingly feeling gripped Tookie once more. When the pulling sensation abated, the group had landed backstage at a busy fashion show. Magical, disembodied hands flitted around LaDonna and the other Bellas, dressing them. Wait, so LaDonna is the Bella. Wait, who's Creamy?
Lotta.
Okay. Lotta and yeah, LaDonna. Sorry, it doesn't.
Oh no, it's just
right.
LaDonna.
I don't think LaDonna is it's definitely one of the least strange names in this book. It's just funny that she's the Belladonna. I should have seen that one coming. It's very literal. Fashion abated. The group had hands flitted around the LaDonna and the other Bellas, dressing them in feathery frocks of red, black, and orange. Percy's dress was so elaborate that twice the number of hands swirled around her, getting her dressed. Mannequins fluffed their hair and did final touches on their makeup. Touches! It was clear without anyone having to say anything that Percy was the star. LaDonna peered through a curtain, then gestured for someone to come forward. It's okay, she whispered. Drop off the stuff and work next to me. We're safe back here. A warm-skinned man, handsome and no. I know where this is going. I know where this is going. I know where this is going. Non-bestostero kind of way, rolled in an enormous crate of wheels and began to unload it. His strong back muscles flexed. Magical hands scurried over and began to rummage through the items he'd unpacked. Gracefully and secretly, the man reached for LaDonna's pinky and quickly spun her around. With a pinky? You're gonna break your pinky that way.
Yeah, it's very, very muscular pinky. She'll be fine.
She's the belladonna after all.
Yeah.
LaDonna giggled. Crimlotta, Percy, this is him, the first and only love of my life. Oh my god, I know where this is going. I know where this is going. This can't be where it's going. Holy hell, CL blurted out, watching the flashback. The belladonna was dating a civilian? You're kidding me. Be quiet, the present-day belladonna shrieked. She stared at the man in the flashback with a devastated look on her face. Meanwhile, the young Bellas in the memory greeted LaDonna's beau. She's told us so much about you, Percy said brightly, her whole face a smile. Anyone who makes LaDonna happy makes me happy. LaDonna's told me about you too, the man said, bowing kindly to Percy. She says you have the chance to be a real 777. Percy ducked her head modestly. Let's hope so. Crimlotta just stared darkly at the boyfriend, then pulled LaDonna aside. I can't let you do this, she hissed to her friend. It's one thing if you were going after a bestostero, but he's against the rules. LaDonna waved her hand. I'm so tired of rules. Every day my mom comes down on me about some old or new rule I'm not following. The pressure is eating me alive. I think those rules are simply to punish us. What rules? Tookie whispered to CL. The cardinal rule at Modelland is that a Bella cannot date a civilian. So Theophilus already is out. Shucks. CL rubbed her palms together. This is priceless. Methinks Ms. Belladonna will think twice before lambasting me again about going off message. 1 minute to the start of the show, a fashion assistant in the flashback called from the edge of the curtain. Percy, you're first. Best go-see-go model leads the show. LaDonna, you're second. LaDonna turned away from Crimlotta and clutched her beau's hand. She hid their interlocked fingers behind a large clutch purse she had in her other hand. Nervously, she began to hum a lullaby. Oh my god. You'll be wonderful, darling, the man whispered. He nervously glanced around and started to dance with her in time to the humming. His movements were utterly graceful, his body one long, sinuous muscle. I'm picturing Buff Squidward, and I don't like that.
I was not picturing Buff Squidward, but now I am now.
We suffer together. And have I ever told you that you have the voice of an angel? It's even more beautiful than that breathtaking face of yours. Yes, you tell me that every time I see you, LaDonna swooned. That's why I love to sing for you. She raised the clutch higher now, hiding their passionate kiss. So she's just holding the clutch purse out, like no one will
no one will see this.
LaDonna and Percy skipped away toward the front of the fashion show lineup. As soon as the music began, Percy gracefully ran onto the runway, employing all of her runaway skills. Only Crimlotta remained behind, still getting dressed by the magical moving hands. As the hands stripped her down to her underwear, she fluttered her eyelashes at LaDonna's love. Hey there, she purred to him. You know dating LaDonna is wrong, don't you? The man looked away, seeming uncomfortable at staring directly at Crimlotta and her overt semi-nakedness. Overt semi-nakedness. That's a new one. Just a bunch of stupid rules, he murmured in a deep voice. I like breaking rules too. Cream Lotta edged closer to him, trapping him against the wall. The magical hands followed her, pulling at her bra straps. In seconds, she would be topless. I don't even think I think we're dealing with adults this time, but it's still
Yeah, I think yeah.
Was not expecting that. Ew. Sorry. Gabe and dancing raptors.
I'm trying to have them act out the scene.
Oh my god.
This is of course Creamy, and this is the boyfriend, and oh, he's up against the wall.
He's pulling her raptor bra. Tiny little raptor arms.
Oh god. Velociraptor. I'm imagining like the Velociraptors from Jurassic Park and like a random bra be like, oh no, my bra, the invisible hands, my bra. There's a Vader in my ooh-ah. No, we have to finish this book. No, don't apologize.
No. I suppose, the boyfriend said. He hopped up on a low beam that surrounded the backstage area to get away from her. His balance was perfect. This poor man is being sexually harassed, not even in his own workplace. In his girlfriend's.
All the lawsuits, all of them.
This is going exactly where I think it's going, right? Low beam. Cream Lotta reached out and touched his cheek. He flinched at first, but then she innocently pulled away. You had an eyelash, she said, holding it on the tip of her finger. Then she blew on it. It was sending the lash flying. I made a wish. Want to guess what it was? Creamy's creepier than I even thought she was. Ooh, that mother of yours is trouble, CL muttered. Damn right she's trouble, present-day Belladonna screamed from the sidelines. Damn right she's trouble. I don't know. I picture the Belladonna sounding like Miss Piggy in my head. I don't know why. The scene, oh my god. The Muppets are the only people that could do justice to this as a movie.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I would pay so much money.
But we need Tyson Beckford to play Bravo. Everyone else is a puppet.
Well, you know how there's like one human or maybe like two humans in all of the whole Muppet movie? It's like Tyra is playing CL and she's like the only human, and then maybe Tyson Beckford gets to be Bravo, and literally everybody else in the Muppet. Literally everyone. The scene whooshed again, and once more, everyone was transported to the Modelland grounds, the old grounds. They were still caught in the flashback. Tookie and the others followed young Percy into the D. A terrible animal wail rang out. Percy ran towards the sound, and Tookie and the others, watching the flashback, followed her into the D's bathroom. Percy locked the main bathroom door, ran to the last stall door, peered under it. And there was a pair of knees on the floor. Someone was throwing up. Uh-oh. I think that it's the chicken you chewed in the E, LaDonna, Percy whispered through the door. You feel better soon. Why don't you try singing? That always cures your aches and pains. I know exactly where this is. I don't like it.
I think I might know where it's going to.
The girl on the other side of the stall just groaned again. The knees rose from the ground and the girl slumped onto the toilet. Tookie could practically feel her pain. She'd had a similar reaction to her chocolate binge, which was why she couldn't have even the tiniest taste of the stuff anymore. We don't care. I don't care. After a moment, there was a large splash in the porcelain. Suddenly, a small, piercing cry rang out, but it wasn't the sickened cry of a young woman wrecked from tainted food. It was the cry of a tiny baby emerging into the world.
This is the part that that was hinted at in one of the videos. Oh my god, no.
yeah. I just looked over at Gabe, and Gabe looks like he's been through something.
Oh no. I feel like content warning.
Oh god. CL's eyes widened. You are kidding me. A booming knock sounded on the bathroom door. "Why is this door locked?" an angry voice yelled. "LaDonna, are you in there? It's the Queen Belladonna, your mother. Open up." Both figures in the bathroom froze. Looking frantic, Percy wrenched the stall open and stared at the two figures inside, which meant everyone else watching the flashback got a look as well. A tiny pale baby lay in LaDonna's arms. It had the perfect face of an angel. Its skin, the color of a fluffy spring lamb, was covered with streaks of blood. "Oh my God, LaDonna, what just... I mean, how?" Percy muttered, her face softening. "Wow, look at those bright gray eyes." LaDonna stared at the child too, clearly shocked that it had just come out of her. "I don't know how," she whispered. Then she looked imploringly at Percy. "Oh my God, help me. What do I do?" "Shh," Percy said. She grabbed the baby. "We'll figure something out." "What, are you going to hide the baby in a shoebox?" "We'll just hide the baby under my bed so the mom doesn't see it."
Oh, God.
She grabbed the baby. "We'll figure something out." She removed the Centura from her waist and gingerly wrapped the baby in the yellow fabric. The tiny thing cooed, comforted by the Centura's warm embrace. Boom! The door to the bathroom burst open. The Queen Belladonna stalked across the tile, making a beeline for the last stall. She stared hard at Percy, then reached out her arms. Give LaDonna's child to me." Moms really do know everything.
Yeah.
Didn't miss a beat, that woman. Percy started to tremble, but did not hand the baby over. There was a determined look in her eyes. LaDonna cowered behind Percy. But, oh, I saw somebody say something in chat. Are you talking about the baby thing? I had no idea where we were going, and I had no way of knowing it was this. Percy started to tremble, but did not hand the baby over. There was a determined look in her eyes. LaDonna cowered behind Percy. "But Mother, how did you know I was... Even I didn't know. I just thought I was sick. We don't get periods here, so how did you know? I didn't even show." The Queen Belladonna craned her neck, glared at her daughter. I can see chat going before that timed out.
Oh,
I can
no.
see chat just out of the corner of my eye. Oh, my phone died. My phone died.
No.
Okay, let's pull up chat over here.
Oh,
Oh, whoops, sorry.
everything's
That's
fine.
my bad.
Oh,
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. The Queen Belladonna craned her neck to glare at her daughter. "A mother always knows," she said icily. Then she shook her head. "You could have told me then, Mom. Thanks for the heads up." Then she shook her head. "This is from that common civilian, isn't it? That man in Ladorno." Oh, a man.
Men. Oh.
You know the new girl thing where it's like, "Oh, white man, no!" That's all I'm thinking. LaDonna's mouth dropped open. "He is not common. I'm in love with him." "Mother, I love him." "What?" The Queen Belladonna sucked her teeth. "You love him, LaDonna. There is no room for love here at Modelland. Not here." But maybe they're not out of Modelland yet. That makes all of this even more concerning. I'm confused.
Or they're in the bathroom at the O.
Okay.
Or at the D. They're in the bathroom at the D.
Okay, yeah, you're right. There's no room for love here at Modelland. Not here, not now, not ever. Do you hear me? Then the Queen Belladonna grabbed the baby from Percy's weak arms, glaring at it as though it were made of bile. Tears ran silently down LaDonna's cheeks. "What are you going to do with my baby?" "I will give the child to its father." LaDonna's mother held the baby at arm's length. "He will raise it. As for you," she turned to Percy, "how dare you try to hide this from me? And you wrapped the baby in your sacred Centura? Persimmon, your time at Modelland is now officially over. I'm sending you back to where you came from right now." Percy's normally sunny expression turned to one of horror. "No," she shrieked. "Please don't make me go home. I can't go back to that cult of persecution." Persecution? Are we... That's the name of the place. Okay, fine. You know what? Fine. Nothing matters.
Oh, gosh.
The Queen Belladonna shrugged. "Well, you are aware of what your only other option is. Is it what you wish?" Percy glanced at LaDonna as though waiting for her to explain what had happened, but LaDonna just continued to sob on the cold tile floor, wilting. Percy turned back to the Queen Belladonna and quietly murmured, "But I didn't even know she was quiet!" the Belladonna shrieked. "It is what you wish? Or is it what you wish? A single tear formed at the corner of Percy's eye. It is what I wish, she whispered. Old Creamy's voice sliced through the flashback. LaDonna, you ruined Percy's life by making her a part of your problems. Percy was the #1 Bella in our class, better than all of us. A potential 777. You could have told your mother that Percy was innocent. You could have begged your mother to spare her, but what did you do? Thought only of yourself. Defecate. Do not try to pin this crap on me. She really did say crap. That's the word that she chose. Crap. The belladonna yelled back. Percy could have left Modelland forever and been free and kept her looks. Her fate was her choice. I had no choice, a third voice rang out. Tookie looked up and saw the mannequin Persimmon cowering in the corner. Tears streamed down her face. I couldn't have left, she wailed, and then she stood, marched over, and loomed right in the face of her old Bella mate. LaDonna, you knew where I came from. You know where I come from, and you know I couldn't go back there. Spit flew out of her mouth as she spoke. The belladonna, usually unflappable, trembled. Moving on now, said the flashback females in unison. The scene shifted abruptly, sweeping everyone into a quaint village that looked eerily familiar to Tookie. Cobblestones lined the streets, a windmill gently rotated in sweltering breeze, church bells sounded, and a man in a white chef's jacket unrolled the awning of his bakery. The air was torrid. That was weird. I just felt like this really warm spot, and I was like, hello?
Huh? Is there a ghost in here?
It's the tech ghost, don't you dare. Please, just sit in the corner and behave. This is the best part of the book. No Percy Jackson, but that's it. I always said that Persephone was just unironically a great name because the girl would go by Percy, and it's like, oh, what's your full name? Persephone, goddess of the underworld. That's me.
Lovely.
The air was torrid, baking the skin and drying out the mouths. This looked exactly like the bucolic environment of the Uwa's walls when Tookie and the others had first come in. LaDonna's boyfriend opened the door of a small, quaint shop and stepped out of the porch. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and the statue of the Queen Belladonna stood on top of a stone basket at its feet. The boyfriend stared into the basket at the tiny creature inside, slowly shaking his head. Then gracefully, he swooped down as though he was about to do a handstand and took the baby in his arms. That is a big swoop. He swooped down like he was going to do a handstand, but then picked up the baby?
What?
Like the neighbor that's the blue guy from Coraline, where he's just always doing acrobatics.
Yes.
That's what I'm picturing. Suddenly, Tookie had a terrifying epiphany. The acrobatics. The grace. How he'd spun LaDonna around at the fashion show so effortlessly. Was it possible? Really possible? That this was Chris Creamcrobat, her father? I knew it!
Can't believe it took them this long to figure it out.
We're on page 511. How did she not notice him before? He turned away from the door, pulled out an object from a low shelf on the wall, and gingerly placed the baby inside. Curious, Tookie walked deeper into the room and waited for her vision to adjust. When it did, she saw a huge face full of leather, buttons, soles, laces, shoes on every surface. It just kept saying shoes. She crept up close. In the memory, the little bed that just laid her on was made of taut leather, an oval-shaped piece draped over the baby's body like a blanket. There you go, little one, the father whispered. Maybe you can cheer the sad sap up. He's adjusting to this news well.
Yeah.
There's quite a light that shines inside of you. Quite a light indeed. A strange feeling came over Tookie. Wait a minute. The baby was cradled in a shoe, and she knew that shoe. I know that.
Oh, she's okay.
The Belladonna's boyfriend, the father of her child, wasn't Chris Creamcrobat. He was Wingtip. Wait, hang on. Hang on.
I even read this before, a few weeks ago. I read something about it being wind tipping, and I completely forgot. He's just going around with the guy with the shoes, who's in the square, who stared, or who was nice to Tookie.
Right. Right. That guy. Who? Text everybody's like, who?
Oh, that's what they were talking about, where someone comes back in a weird way. It must
In a weird way. Yep. I thought she was gonna say, because if it was her dad, then like it was gonna be like she's the Belladonna's daughter. I thought that's where we were going.
Oh, but then the baby had 2 gray eyes.
I know, but baby's eyes can change. My eyes were blue when I was born. They're very dark brown now.
Oh, no.
See, I said someone was coming back in a big way. You were right. Hey, Daniel, is the video still buffering to the drive? Yes, it is. Sorry. I just checked it before we got back on, and it was still saying, like, several hours. I might have to restart it. The homeless guy with the shoe. LMAO! Shook TV. Hey, guys.
Hi. Save yourself.
Everyone was whooshed out of the flashback once more, returning to the ooh-ah. Muffled sounds from the 7-7 stadium boomed through the walls. At her mother, reeling from what she'd just seen. You always told me to stay away from that man, Creamy. To not make eye contact, but you knew him all along. CL CL clucked her tongue. I see how it works. You tell Tookie to make no eye contact with the man, even though that's exactly the opposite of what you used to do.
Oh, and Daniel's asking what your favorite color is, Avery.
Oh, what my favorite color is? Yellow. I love yellow. This should be a Goosebumps book. Arlstein is sitting here going, why did I not think of this? This got 5 stars on Amazon? I hope not. Someone probably gave it 5 stars, whether they were being sincere or not. I have no idea.
Or it's 5 stars out of 20.
Or it's 5 stars out of 20, yeah. That seems fair. Amy scoffed and looked away. That man is disgusting and always has been. That man has a name and you know it, the Belladonna shrieked. It's Ray Faye. His name is Ray Faye. Ray Faye.
Ray Faye.
Ray Faye. R-A-Y, first name, last name, F-A-Y-E. Ray Faye.
Huh. Interesting.
We're entering another flashback now. One of the females interrupted. Yes, one of the females interrupted. Ooh. Oh, I don't know if I have the string. It's like the Batmobile transition.
Oh gosh, Darth Sidious, have we reached the peak of craziness yet?
I don't think we have, because there's more flashback. I have a feeling that it's not gonna... Oh, this chapter is long. Okay. I'm fine. This is fine. Then she glanced at Tookie. Some of your questions just might be answered. And with a swoop, well, the baby has to be either Tookie or CL, right? It has to be. There's no one else that the baby could be.
True. Oh gosh, the Bella. Oh god. Well, then that's just like, then we have to put parental abuse because the Belladonna hasn't really been nice to her, to CL.
I mean, we already got to parental abuse because of Creamy.
Yeah.
In pretty much all the ways, most of the ways. Verbal and physical, and mental at least. And with a swoop, they were all back in Modelland of the past. The summer sun hung high in the sky. Bella streamed around the courtyard, and the air that had the same frenzied, expectant vibe to it as it did today. 3 more days, a green uniformed Bella said to her friend as she passed. Who do you think the 7 are going to be this year? Then Tookie noticed Krimlada and LaDonna standing at the base of the grand wall that surrounded the school. In the flashback, LaDonna looked pale and much thinner. Oh, I can't sleep, she was moaning. I can't eat, I can't think. I'm making myself sick. She looked at Krimlada with hollow eyes. I have to see my baby now. I can't wait. But the tournament is only 3 days away, LaDonna, Krimlada urged. Then you'll become an Intoxibella and you'll be able to see the baby and Ray in secret all the time. 3 days is too long, LaDonna moaned. Come on, it's 3... I get it, but it's 3 days. I get it, but it's still... wringing her hands. And anyway, I can't compete in the tournament feeling weak and sick like this. If I drop out or mess up, you know that's it for me. It doesn't matter who my mother is. If I can just see the Baby, for a quick second, I'll feel better and strong. I'm nervous to go see the baby myself, though. Come with me, please, Lotta. We'll be back so fast no one will even know. No one will ever know. Krimlada stared apprehensively at the wall. What about the aging barrier? I'm royalty, remember? LaDonna insisted. I can get it reversed, and will return in plenty of time for you to primp and put on the gorgeous brand new 7-7 tournament jerk dress of yours, I promise. Okay, Krimlada said. With that, the girls scaled the wall and jumped over into the diabolical divide. They took 2 steps and snap! Their skin dried and wrinkled, their hair sprouted tufts of gray. Krimlada's cheeks shriveled like a raisin. She looked much more like the creamy Tookie knew, even though Tookie knew what to expect from having watched Desperadas escape. The transformation was harrowing and unsettling. After all, this time, it was happening to her mother. Krimlada felt her puckered face and screamed, LaDonna, do your royal thing. Make us young again. But LaDonna continued through the brush. Lotta, I got you. Don't worry. Let's just get through the divide first. It's deadly, so we gotta keep moving. With a whoosh, the scene shifted back to the sweltering village where Ray Fay had his cobbler's shop. In the wee hours of the same night, LaDonna and Krimlada were arriving at the front door of a house. As Tookie looked around, she spied a sparkling new state-of-the-art factory across the street. Several shiny delivery trucks were parked in a driveway. Bangles, baubles, and beads, the side panel said. Tookie's mouth fell open. It was B3, her old school, when it was a jewelry factory. No way, Tookie thought. Who knew the old dump had once looked so glorious? We sat through all that description of B3 for this. That was it.
Yeah.
The sounds of a crying baby drifted under the door to the house. LaDonna rang the bell, then stepped back and peered at her aged face, the glass pane in the door, wincing at the sight. The door opened and Ray Fay stood before them, a baby cradled in his arms. He looked back and forth from girl to girl, stunned at their aged faces. Don't look at me, LaDonna blurted out, covering her face with her hands. I know I'm hideous. I'll change back as soon as I go back to Modelland. Ray Fay lowered his shoulders. LaDonna, I don't care what you look like. I've always told you that I love your voice more than your face anyway.
Aww.
That's so sweet, but also, I love your voice more than I love your face. It's sweet what he means. It's just funny the way he said it. Now come inside where it's cooler. Our baby is missing Mama. LaDonna slipped through the door. Krimlada moved to go inside too, but Ray Fay gave her a sharp look and slammed the door in her face. Sometime later, the sun rose. LaDonna drifted out of the house. Ray, honey, I'm going to run out and get some formula. I'll be back in a sec. She groped her way out the door, seemingly having trouble with her eyesight. Damn age barrier, she muttered. I think it gave me a temporary cataracts. Moments later, just as LaDonna slipped out of sight, the wrinkly-faced Krimlada tiptoed up the steps and silently turned the doorknob. The door was unlocked. Uh-oh, CL whispered. Krimlada crept through Ray's modest home, stepping over baby toys and books. She stopped when she got to the kitchen, hopped up on the counter, hiked up the bottom of the skirt to show some extra leg, and waited. Gosh. Oh my god. LaDonna? Ray Fay called from the bedroom. I like that we need his first and last name. You're back so soon. Yes, I'm in the kitchen, Krimlada called in a disgustingly high-pitched voice. Because she does sound like Miss Piggy. Yes, I'm in the kitchen. My voice cracked.
Now I'm just imagining just like the big bad wolf pretending to be the grandma. Yeah.
What big eyes you have, LaDonna? Ray's footsteps rang out in the hall. He entered the room holding the baby. As soon as he saw Krimlada on the counter, he stopped short and placed the baby in the small cushion basket. Krimlada shot across the room, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him onto the kitchen table. No, 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 no. Warning.
All the warnings. All the warnings. All the warning. Click off now if you need to.
Warning. 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 Warning.
Wee-oo. Wee-oo. There's a trespasser in my wall. Nervous laughter. Nervous laughter.
Oh my god. Are they talking about the R word? That's what it feels like. I don't
know. She
all
just
the
pins him
trigger
again.
warning.
Yeah,
All the trigger warnings
we're
just
just
in
doing this
case.
preemptively. We don't know what's happening.
I can't imagine having read this and then having to read it all again. Ellery and anybody else who's read this book more than once, I salute you. That is a feat. You're stronger than all of us.
Yes.
She climbed on top of him and started to moan. I saw you looking at I saw you looking at me at the fashion show.
Maybe it's one of those, like, it's like in Hairspray, when after, you know, when she's like pretending to like make the wife jealous in Hairspray. Maybe it's like one of those things. Red flags.
All the red flags. Unwanted physical contact. Who reads this more than once? Ellery did. Ellery's a stronger man than any other.
And I think Darth Sidious read this multiple times.
I think Darth Sidious and Milo might have. You should remember those stories to yourself. I should. Oh god. Oh my god. A real girl, not some stiff royal one. I jumped over a little bit just because it makes me very uncomfortable. Get off me, you nasty ass girl, Bay screamed. He struggled to escape from Krimlada's grasp, but Krimlada was surprisingly strong. He wriggled from underneath her, but she kneed in his groin. He howled in pain, and the baby started to wail. I'm so concerned. I have all the concerns. I've never been more stressed out in my life. What a train wreck of a story, my god, yes.
This is supposed to be for teenage girls.
Is Tyra okay?
After reading this, no, she's okay. Not.
Krimlada planted her lips on Ray's neck. Her hands worked the buttons of his shirt until he was bare-chested. Tell me you love me, please, 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 she murmured. The sagging skin on her face looked jaundiced under the harsh kitchen lamp. Tell me I'm more beautiful than LaDonna. The front door slammed. They didn't have any more formula, so I bought milk instead. LaDonna's happy trill sang out from the room. I hope that's okay. Oh no. Get off me, Ray murmured quietly. He tried to don't
whisper it.
Not to victim blame. Not to victim blame, because this is highly traumatic. But also, I know where this is going, and my guy didn't have he wasn't prepared. Nobody's prepared for this kind of thing to happen. I feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Oh gosh, breathe. Are you done? Do you want to swab?
No, I'm almost there. I think I'm almost there. Yep. Where are you? Her footsteps came closer and closer to the kitchen. Suddenly, she was in the doorway. Ray, she screeched, squinting hard at the figures on the table. The glass milk jug slipped out of her hand and exploded on the floor, which made the baby scream even louder. Ray struggled beneath Krimlada, but he still couldn't budge her. LaDonna, sweetie, it's not what it looks like. She has me in some sort of death lock. What? Krimlada screeched, suddenly letting her limbs go slack and rolling so that she was beneath him. You get off me! That's gaslighting to the highest degree.
Wait, how he... He's on, wait, she was powerful enough to slip. What?
That's so fucked up. I don't want to think about it. Ray screamed from beneath her, raising his hands in surrender. She's crazy, LaDonna. I don't know what she's talking about. Oh, sure you don't, Krimlada screeched. Your girlfriend leaves for 2 minutes and you're all over someone else. What do you like when she's at Modelland? LaDonna moved very close to the two of them, trying to understand what was happening. She shook her head at Ray. How could you? And my best friend, Krimlada, I'm so sorry. You were right about him. I should have listened.
Why would he still have your baby? Oh, that was loud. I'm sorry.
I've been screaming it. I'm sorry. There's there should be something like to kick in to like cut off the like a noise cut off, so that it doesn't like blow out anybody's headphones or anything. But suddenly there was a loud knock on the front door. Modelland security, a voice boomed. Open up, FBI, open up. Everyone froze. LaDonna's eyes widened. Wheeling around, she grabbed and shushed the baby and ducked into the bathroom. Seconds later, the guards broke down Ray-Faye's flimsy door. One guard strode straight to the bathroom and dragged LaDonna and the baby out of the shower stall. The other pinned Creamlata's arms behind her back. You two left Modelland without permission, the head guard said gruffly to the woman. Usually we just leave your decrepit, wrinkled faces to rot, but since you're of royal descent, LaDonna, you must return to Modelland right now. All of you. All of you must. That means you too, sir. He glanced at Ray-Faye, who was still shirtless in the middle of the room. You know it's forbidden for civilians to be involved with Bellas, a sick and punishable offense. What about our faces? Creamlata touched her puckered skin. What about turning them back, LaDonna? I promised you I'd get us turned back, and I will, she assured her friend. Once again, the group felt a pulling sensation, and Tookie, CL, Creamy, and the Belladonna, and Bersimian, that's a lot of people, were whipped into another flashback. This time, LaDonna and Creamlata stood in the grand crystal hall of the board at Modelland. The Queen Belladonna, LaDonna's mother, stood and gravely shook her head. You broke one rule too many, LaDonna, she said, and this time it was the ultimate rule. This is unacceptable, but because of your royal blood, you have a choice. You can leave Modelland and be with Mr. Faye and your child, or you can live together as a loving family. Where you can live together as a loving family, but you will have to relinquish all Modelland privileges, never become an Intoxibella, and never see me again, and your face will remain aged. LaDonna held her child tightly in her arms, her bottom lip trembling. Ray-Faye shifted his weight behind her. He reached out to hold her hand, but LaDonna smacked him away. Don't you dare touch me. Ray threw up his hands. LaDonna, sweetie, please give me a chance to explain. Or, the Belladonna went on, interrupting him, you can stay here in Modelland, have your youth restored, and become one of the 7-7 tomorrow, an Intoxibella, but you will never see your Ray again. You also can never admit that this baby is yours, and you will never see the child again. Never see my baby again? LaDonna repeated, horrified. Why can't I have both? She asked her mother. Why can't I have both my baby and my beauty? Her mother shook her head. Those are the rules. Make your choice. LaDonna looked from the baby to Ray, to her mother, to Creamlata. All sorts of conflicting emotions washed across her face. Finally, she sighed. I've made my choice. She slowly moved forward and handed the baby to her mother. Tookie and CL gasped. LaDonna's face instantly returned to its youthful splendor. She looked even more striking than before, as if her choice to relinquish her baby was a sacrifice that enhanced her loveliness. I have one request, LaDonna said, her eyes lowered. I don't want him to raise my baby. She pointed at Ray. If he does, he'll raise a heartless child. Please, mother, please, please, please. Very well, then, the Queen Belladonna said. She turned to the guards. Get him far away from here. Security guards rushed in and grabbed Ray. He struggled against them. Get off me. This is my child, too. Please, please, don't do this to me. LaDonna, my life will be over. The Queen Belladonna just shrugged. You heard LaDonna. The love of your life. The child does not belong to you anymore. Ray's face crumpled. He planted his feet and fought to reach the tiny baby, but the guards dragged him away before he could give the child one last caress. His screams could be heard down the crystal corridor. This is so sad. This is the war. The nightmare is almost over. We're almost there. We are almost there. We are sub 50 pages, baby. Lana piped up. The Queen Belladonna gave her a cold, dark gaze. What about you? Go away and never come back here again. You are an awful influence on my daughter. Creamlata blinked so hard her eyes disappeared into a bevy of wrinkles. But what about my youth, LaDonna? You promised you'd restore everything. That's why I agreed to go down to the mountain with you. It's true, LaDonna said. She looked at her mother. Please, mother, can you return her to... No, the Queen Belladonna decreed. And that is final. She waved her hand, and security grabbed Creamlata. Creamlata glowered at LaDonna. You lying, selfish, royal bitch. You promised. Then her face turned eerily calm. Well, in that case, guess what, Princess? Ray didn't wrong you. You wronged him. I jumped him. I have no idea how he could resist me, but he did. He was fighting me off the whole time. Literally a crime? Literally a violent crime. LaDonna's jaw dropped. Her eyes searched Creamlata's face. But Creamlata, you're my best friend, Creamlata shrugged. I am, and best friends share everything. Jesus. I'm gonna hyperventilate. LaDonna wheeled desperately towards the door of the grand hall. Ray, she screamed, her voice echoing. Ray, baby, are you still there? There was no answer. LaDonna turned to her mother. I've changed my mind. I want to be with him and my baby. I don't care about being Intoxibella or about my face. You've already made your choice, the Queen Belladonna said stonily. You should have had better judgment in choosing your friends. She rose and handed the baby to a dead-eyed young manicat. Seems the loyal one was the one you overlooked. Tookie looked at the mannequin, suddenly recognizing her. LaDonna let out a gasp, too. The mannequin was transformed. Persimmon. The surface of her once soft skin was now hardened plastic. Dark creases lined every joint of her body. Her energetic, bright blue eyes had been replaced with black voids. Present day, Creamy shouted out to older mannequin Persimmon. Lord have mercy, Percy. Damn it, Janet. Sorry.
Dang it, Janet, I love you. Oh, Brad.
You and I are best friends. Wait, where was I? Percy, that queen bitch sure did curse thee. LaDonna sank to her knees in front of Percy. Percy, please, give my baby to me. You and I are best friends, remember? Percy stared at LaDonna, her face betraying nothing. Oh, so now she's your best friend, the Queen Belladonna said icily. You should have stood up for her when you had the chance. It's too late, Persimmon's loyalty is to the Belladonna throne now, LaDonna. LaDonna made a pained noise at the back of her throat and rushed for her baby, but her mother thrust out her arms to stop her. You have made your choice, my dear. You will go on to be a famous Intoxibella, and one day you will rule this land and be feared and adored by everyone in the world. You will uphold the principles of Modelland and redefine the face of beauty every 5 years. You chose correctly, LaDonna. Oh my god, hang on. There's no way I'm tired. I think my brain is just lacking.
Our brains are just like,
Where was I? And I know I will not see it, but I look forward to the day when you will be called Belladonna. What about my eyesight? LaDonna asked. I can hardly see a thing, the Queen Belladonna thought for a moment. I think I'll leave your sight as is, so you always remember what you have done. Your face as a future Intoxibella is for others to see and enjoy. After all, not you. And what about my baby? LaDonna screamed, pointing at her pale child. What will happen? Your baby will be safe, her mother said vaguely, but gone forever. You will never lay eyes on that child again. Please, LaDonna cried as Percy took the baby away. Let me hold my baby one last time. Just one more kiss. Oh, LaDonna, stop being so dramatic, the Queen Belladonna scolded. This is like the Karen mother to end all Karen mothers.
Oh god.
This is the wasp mom of all wasp moms.
Oh gosh, you need to see Kill la Kill and see the mom in that show, and I think this mom is slightly better than her. That's all I'm gonna say.
LaDonna sank to her knees as Percy vanished down the long hallway with her child in her arms. Give her back to me. Give me my CL. See, it had to be
you
one
were
of the two.
right.
It had to be one of the two. Chat. Chat, I'm frightened. Mom, pick me up. I'm scared. Mothers cannot. Oh god, poor Avery. Don't make her watch Kill la Kill.
Oh god. Watch Kill la Kill. Watch Kill la Kill.
Friends are here to traumatize you mutually. Why can't we just go back to real pterodactyls, right? Okay, so for context, the very first one of those Scooby-Doo books we read ends with them being like, it was a real pterodactyl, and it flies off into the sunset to live in some jungle, and we're just like, huh? Because like it was like a Jurassic Park situation, but the guy only brought back the one. And it's just brushed aside like, oh well, it's happy living in the jungle somewhere. We're like, is it? And we thought that was the craziest thing we'd ever see. Nope.
Oh, side note, this is only like 2 pages. So I can read the next 2 chapters.
Okay. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, I can give you a little bit of a break.
All right. I'll upload the other merch things if that was a very polite cop knock. I wanted to pound on it, but honestly, my dogs will probably think it's somebody at the door and start freaking out. So I didn't. But yes, cops would just straight up kick your door in. They would be like, please, can I come in?
Dunk.
Tyra Banks, cocaine's a hell of a drug. I don't know if you could even describe this as a drug. thing, because like editors had to approve this, and there was a second writer, and how has this happened? That was very, what the fuck is happening?
So the Belladonna was like, whoopsie, sorry for mentally scarring you, CL.
Texas says, I need an adult. I also need an adult.
We need adults.
I know we are adults, but we need adults.
I love how the millennials are like, I need an adult. Oh wait, we are adults. We need an adult.
Even the Gen Zers are like,
no. Yet. Understood.
And all around distract myself from the horrors of Modelland. Please tell me that was the worst it could possibly get. Please tell me that was the worst. An actual R-word scene. I don't know how it could get worse. Jesus Christ. Felt like I was going to start hyperventilating in the middle of that thing.
So what we need to do is when we meet Tyra, be like, Avery's traumatized. You know, we need you to do something that you didn't do for your models and like pay for her therapy. Oh.
We need to still do our if you or a loved one have been impacted by Modelland ad.
And
I'm Spencer help us with his green screen.
I'm imagining Natasha being like the spokesperson.
she's the one that's recounting the trauma, and it says paid actor, and then you and I are like if you or a loved one have been traumatized by Modelland.
And I'm just imagining Natasha, there's like a breaking character where she's like, was this a thing?
Wait, is that a thing? I could just see Natasha doing that.
Or we just show behind the scenes of her reading the script and being like, what?
Nani?
Nani?
Just picturing Sailor Moon in my head. Nani?
Yamero.
Sorry, I can't pronounce Japanese words very well. I apologize. I can't really pronounce English words, especially right now. I'm holding my knuckle buddy so tight. I know, I feel like I need like an emotional support, something. Perry has abandoned us in our time of need.
No, Perry.
Perry, why?
Perry, why?
Perry, why would you do this?
Gone are the days of the trespasser in my ooh.
Be gone. An adult tier adult. Yes, we need an adult tier adults. That is a good way of putting that.
Yep.
Look, I got the stand at the dollar store, and it actually come in kind of clutch. Because, like, you can just, it's just like a, no, I was saying you come in clutch. You can't, there we go. There, it's on a stand now. Whoa, what technology.
Wow, that technology is so fancy.
It has feathers that look, I'm trying to grasp any little bit of serotonin I have left in me after that. Oh my God.
Oh gosh. So do we have an answer to is that, or are we at peak craziness, or is it
call the Rexies?
Call the Rexies. Hold on. Call the Rexies.
The book is not over yet. Can you imagine if it ended right there?
Oh my gosh.
I'd be so mad. We're almost there. We're like sub 50 pages.
Yeah, we're at 522, including acknowledgements is 569.
I am glad that we just did this now.
Yeah.
Because next, I don't know because like after you have a whole week, you start to kind of forget, you know how like people say they forget how painful childbirth is? You start to forget like how crazy Modelland is. I don't think going directly into that, we would have known what to do with ourselves. We'd be like, what?
Creamy's a horrible human being. Why?
Creamy is literally an R-wordist. I knew she was bad, but geez, I thought maybe we'd get some like, I guess that's how she knew how to deal with all the things in the...
Yeah, because she'd
already been there.
Because she was whispering in Kamada's ear about the symbol monster, and it's like, wait, Kamada never mentioned anything about that. And
do you think she was gonna have like a prequel series if this had done well about like LaDonna and Krimlada and their adventures in Modelland?
Yeah, it's interesting how they skipped over the part where they climbed down the mountain and just went into the town like nothing happened.
They could have at least showed us for all their over exposition her fighting the I almost said cylinder monster. And then I almost said syllable monster. Symbol monster. They could have at least showed us that, like, the first time.
Yeah.
Adults Who Need Adults album name yet.
We're adults who need adults, and
That was the worst part of the book, Milo says. I can't imagine it could. I know we keep saying it can't get worse than this. I genuinely, all jokes aside, I don't know that it could get worse than that. That is pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
It's subjective, but I can you can get real quick. You can confirm you can forget real quick how much labor sucks. I feel like it kind of like, I feel like it's the thing that sucks the most, but it's probably also, you're probably just, not that I've ever done it, but it's probably just like one of those things where I imagine it all is like a blur when you look back on it, because you're just like, oh, baby, he's here now.
I'm so happy about my baby.
And then that replaces all of the, man, that was the worst thing I've ever gone through.
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah.
Like the second the hell spawn is in your arms. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I remember I used to call babies little parasites, and my mom was like, "Oh, they're not parasites," and I'm like, "Well, they take you nutrition and da 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 da." And then I looked it up, and babies technically aren't parasites, because parasites are supposed to like have a negative effect on your body, like drain you of everything, while babies like
they're polite parasites. They're just like, no one inconvenience you. Just
exactly. Oh, I'm really sorry, mate. Please don't. Can I kick? Can I get some Apparently, there was a point where I would.
What we call our child.
Or there is apparently a point where I got like stuck behind my mom's ribs, so she had to like maneuver me down.
Apparently, I would kick, and my mom carried really high with me, and I would kick, and she's like, "You would kick me right in the ribs every." I'm like, "I'm sorry, didn't know that." She's like, "You love music, but every time you heard it, you would kick like nothing else." I'm like, "Oh, I'm so sorry."
Ooh.
Favor and read the Amazon 5-star reviews -1, which is giving 5 stars for how bad it is. Oh, I would love to read that too, though.
Yeah, I remember they were talking about the different reviews, and it's like, why is this so highly rated?
My parents referred to me as Frog Splitter, whilst I was in my mother's womb. That's funny. No, I feel like it's one of those things where, like, I also feel like anybody who's like, oh, pregnancy doesn't have a negative effect on the body doesn't really know what they're talking about. Yeah. It's like, I knew somebody who was like, if you don't get enough nutrients if you're not consuming enough nutrients, like calcium and stuff with like the milk and stuff, like the baby will just start leaching it, sometimes out of your own bones. That's the thing. Don't ask me how I know that. And I was like, oh, like it will literally just feed off of your body if you're not giving it enough stuff. And I'm like, oh, that sounds like something from Modelland. Apparently your teeth can fall out during pregnancy. Yeah. That's like, apparently it has something to do with like the baby like not getting enough calcium and like leaching it off of the mother, so the mother doesn't have enough calcium so they can lose their teeth. Yeah.
Well, luckily I'm never gonna be a mother.
Use it as my summer camp nickname for years. I love that. And it's moments like these where I'm like, if I ever have children, I will adopt.
Adoption, yeah.
Yes, my son once, he flipped into position to be born. His feet were almost on my ribs for the last 4 weeks. I had to push his foot away. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Also, thank you to all the mothers out there.
Thank you, Mom.
Thank you, Mom.
We're so sorry.
And if you're not a mom, thank you.
Yeah. Also, apparently, during my mom's pregnancy with me, I would jump every time I heard music. I apparently was the same way. Apparently, my mom was in church, and they started like doing like warm up like notes like to like get like the worship music and on like the keyboard, because we went to one of those churches. And apparently, I kicked so hard that the guy sitting next to her like saw and like had this huge like, oh my god, because like he could see like the ripple of like the baby kicking, and he was very concerned. 8 pounds 6 ounces. He was like, oh my gosh, I was 6 pounds even.
I was 10 pounds 9 ounces.
Oh wow.
I have been apologizing to my mom for the last 28 years.
I've always been tiny. I've always been in the 2nd or 4th percentile, depending on which metric you're looking at. Oh my god. What happened to your wrist? Gabe, same. I'm not ready to be a mom. Nothing really happened to my wrist. I wish I had a cool story. It was like, I punched a bear who broke into my house. But like, it's just, I've been working on the computer so much, so I'm getting like carpal tunnel issues. And so wrist brace to keep it in place as much as possible so that it hopefully stops feeling like it's sprained.
Yeah.
I just heard a little bit of pop.
Oh.
Not like a bat, but like some moved around. I'm like, I hope that's a good pop.
There's a baby in my wrist hitting my phone.
My hoo-ah.
Nars, get here now. There's an intruder in my ooh-ah.
Ooh-ah.
My ooh-ah.
Sounds so similar.
Yep. Okay. I'm reading 2 chapters because this chapter is 2 pages. Like 2 full pages and 2 half pages. So I'm just going to read the next 2 chapters.
Texas is right before you start reading. Being knocked up is something no one should go through if they don't want it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Period. End of sentence. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. Sorry. I'm just getting a breath so I don't start yawning while reading this because my brain is like, ugh. Chapter 44, Wicked Cotillo. CL stared at the belladonna, the expression on her face a mixture of shock and terror. Her breath quickened into sharp, hyperventilating blasts, in, out, in, out. Her chest collapsed with each exhale as though an invisible assailant was slapping her across the face. Hurts, doesn't it? Creamy gave CL a predatory smile. Ugh. LaDonna, now the belladonna, is your mama. Or, hurts, doesn't it? LaDonna, now the belladonna, is your mama. And she gave you up, traded you like a baseball card for face value. Listen to this. LaDonna sacrificed you, a tiny baby, for her own face, even though she could hardly see herself because of that nasty cataracts. You gotta love the irony. But I have green eyes. The baby in the flashback had gray eyes. CL said dazedly. Your eyes turn green later, the belladonna said in monotone. Her gaze followed to the floor. A common occurrence with babies born with blue or gray eyes. Though I wasn't there to see it happen. CL's nostrils said, because you threw me away. The belladonna waved her hands helpless.
How dare you?
I wonder if Tyra's mom read this and is like,
well, the book is dedicated to her parents, and it says, thanks for not being, like, creamy and crispy De La Crème.
Yeah, and it's just like...
Does that cover the belladonna?
Your eyes are, the creamy rolled eyes. Excuse me, what about how you ruined me, LaDonna? If it wasn't for you, I would have never trekked down that Dawn Mountain. Oh, really? The belladonna whirled around to face her. Even though you were my best friend, I always knew you were jealous. But now I know just how jealous. It wasn't just that I was a royal. It wasn't just that I was royal. Oh, no. You couldn't stand that I had something else you didn't love. But that's because no one could ever love you, Cremalata. Your heart is black inside. It's a wonder you even married. How did you convince someone to spend the rest of his life with you? You nasty butt face with that nasty butt face of yours. Is that why you carry around that pathetic doll? So you have total control over something, anything? So you have something that loves you? Then she snatched Bellissima from Creamy's hand. Give her back, Creamy screeched. She grabbed the belladonna's shoulders, trying to shake Bellissima from her grasp. Clumps of dirt fell from Creamy and the doll to the pristine floor. When the belladonna shoved her away, Creamy kicked her in the chest with the soiled sole of her hiking boot. The belladonna staggered back, knocking over the flashback females. Persimmon stepped down the warring one. Cremalata, LaDonna, stop it. This isn't your concern, this isn't your concern, Percy. Creamy shrieked, shoving Persimmon hard and sending her reeling into the far wall. CL ran to Persimmon and helped her up. Creamy lunged for the belladonna once more. Just as their bodies clashed, a piercing scream rang through the air. Bellissima flew across the room. Droplets of something landed on Tookie's cheek. Then... silence. Creamy and the belladonna huddled together for a moment as though locked in an embrace. But then Tookie saw Oh.
I can't see from where I'm sitting. Oh no. Oh.
So
You want me to read it?
No, it's fine. Basically there's a spike in the belladonna's dress that is that has both of them on it.
Texas says read it.
just read it verbatim. Do you want me to read it verbatim?
It's not the worst thing that's happened in this book. I think it's fine.
Okay. Creamy and the belladonna huddled together for a moment as though locked in an embrace, but then Tookie saw a sharp, shiny metal object piercing her mother's gut and protruding clear through her back. The two women were skewered together with a spike from the belladonna's dress. Back together again, Persimmon muttered from the sidelines, rubbing the lump on her head. Tookie wiped the moisture that had splashed on her face, then looked at her hand. It was smeared with red body juice. Creamy, she screamed. Red body juice gushed from Creamy's wound. The belladonna's olive complexion had gone pale from shock. Creamy writhed desperately to free herself from the belladonna's spike. Once she did, she spun around and staggered a few steps forward. Her eyes rolled back. Red body juice came out of her mouth and nose. After a moment, she crumbled to the ground in a heap. Oh my God, Mommy! Tookie tore across the room, slid on the red body juice, and dropped to her knees. Oh, Mommy, she whispered, cradling the woman's head in her hands.
She's dead, yay!
Ah! Creamy's eyes fluttered open and locked with her daughter's. What did you just call me? Mom. I mean, Creamy, Tookie corrected herself. Creamy nodded faintly, her face now ashen. Red body juice pulsed from her abdomen in time with the beat of her heart. Tookie could see her slipping away with each passing second. Creamy stared woozily at her daughter and then muttered, Tookie, followed by something barely audible. What was that, Creamy? Tookie asked gently, bringing her ear closer to her mother's lip. All the negativity she'd felt about her mother was instantly replaced by a fervent, protective love. Creamy may not have been the best mom in the world, but she was all Tookie had. Besides your sister and your dad. I
think she's thinking dad, like, it's not, she's dead and her dad isn't her dad.
Oh, her dad.
From what she thinks, anyway.
But that means her dad might be somewhere. If these were Creamy's last moments, Tookie wanted to be there for her. She wanted Creamy to know she loved her. Creamy swallowed as if mustering up the strength to utter her last words. I read ahead. Then, through cracked lips, she spoke. Tookie, get me my bellissima.
Oh God, I don't want to know. Real quick before you go on to the next chapter, Laser says, you're making me curious. Don't make me curious. Avery and Gabe, meaning just read it, because otherwise he'll have to go look it up and figure it out. So you're saving everybody that fate. No, you're good. It gets so much worse. Next Animorphs book is going to be fun. Though mostly. No, the last Animorphs book, the whole thing with the kid turning into the hawk and then, like, having, like, urges for the other hawk, I'm still disturbed. I woke up in the middle of the night just like, oh my God, that was a real thing that I felt, This is really replacing it in the immediate interim in my brain, but it's still there. It will be the first occurrence of a reoccurring element in the series. Cool. The second thing was, I feel like we need like a t-shirt or a mug or so. Oh, it needs to be a mug, and it needs to say, I drank the red body juice of my enemy.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So, every time this book traumatizes us, there's an intruder at my ooh-ah.
Oh my God! I want to just somebody clip that so I can put it on the soundboard.
I said it several times.
There's gotta be a clean take somewhere.
Or should I? Okay, clean take. Silence for room tone, please. Nars, get here right now. There's an intruder in my ooh-ah.
Oh my God. That's my favorite thing.
I'm sure your parents are like, what is he yelling in there?
Well, I feel no sadness for Creamy being dead, and I was just about to be like, ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch, old witch, the wicked witch.
Oh gosh, now I really want Avery to see Kill la Kill.
Oh God, I thought I grew up with some weird shit. This and Animorphs happened. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This isn't even like, well, I was in high school when this book came out, but thank God I didn't know it existed back then. Oh my God.
Oh gosh, imagine if we read this back in 2011.
There's going to be kids in like 5 years. Mark my words. They're going to be like, do you guys remember that book we used to read about like the bottle land? And then they're going to find all this and be like, oh my God. They're gonna be like in a therapist's office being like, it all started with Modelland.
Modelland. Oh gosh. And then I watched America's Next Top Model. It's so problematic. Why? Okay, so I'm reading chapter 45 because that was a really short chapter. Chapter 45, La Camera Bruta. Footsteps rang out in the hall. The heavy iron and concrete doors blocking off the flashback room rose. Tookie thought it might be Miracle, but Gennaro Nars rushed in, followed by 6 bestostero guards. Cut the primping, Belladonna. Your crowd has been sitting in their seats so long they're starting to stink like last year's trends. He gestured to the stadium scene projected on the wall. The acrobats had wandered off, and the jungle cats had been stuffed back into their cages because they become too restless and violent to be loose. And then he eyed the grisly scene. A dirtied, red, juicy woman on the floor, the pool of red juice around her, getting larger by the second. The red juice spikes on the Belladonna's gown. What in knockoff handbag heck have you done? He whispered to the Belladonna. Harry, did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Double diversity.
Spit spewing from his mouth.
He whispered to the Belladonna and pressed his long, slender fingers to his mouth. A muscle twitched in the Belladonna's throat. It was an accident, she croaked helplessly. No, it wasn't. A voice piped up. Everyone looked over. It was Persimmon, her face hard, cold. I saw the whole thing, the mannequin said. It was deliberate. Persimmon! The Belladonna cried, her expression full of horror and betrayal. You know that's not true. Take it back now. Persimmon didn't move. For a moment, her face flickered between pure hatred and undying loyalty, but it settled on resentment. You deserve it, her expression seemed to say, and then she turned and walked silently out of the room. The Belladonna gazed around frantically, searching for anyone who might back her up. Finally, her gaze landed on Tookie. Tookie, she screeched, you saw everything. You know I didn't mean to hurt your mother. Help me. A pang of guilt shot through Tookie. The Belladonna had chosen Tookie to come to Modelland after all, but Tookie knew it hadn't been for the right reasons. She knew that danger still lurked somewhere. She just wasn't sure where or in what form. And honestly, Tookie couldn't tell if the Belladonna had meant to stab her mother or not. It all happened so fast. Slowly, she shook her head. I'm sorry, Belladonna, but you hurt my mother really badly. I can't help you. I'm sorry. You can't pin-tuck your way out of this one, Gennaro giggled nastily, and then he dragged the screaming, writhing Belladonna out of the room by her 7-inch stilettos.
Oh my god.
Finally, 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 28 seconds after everyone had gathered in the stadium, Gennaro Nars walked onto the stage, his face drawn and serious. He conferred with the board for a moment. Every board member gasped. The huddle broke, and Nars approached the microphone. May I have your attention? His voice boomed. The crowd immediately went silent and still. No one breathed. Nars cleared herself. While you all have been sitting here in your seats like unwanted hemp-sewn eco-fashion on a biodegradable shelf, something tragic has happened here at Modelland grounds. You don't deserve to know the details, but I will share with you one thing. The 7-7 tournament is postponed. The crowd gasped.
That is more important than knowing that Creamy died
indefinitely. The upper class Bellas all screamed. And there will be no Day of discoveries tomorrow either, Nars went on, licking pain. Modelland is shutting down until further notice. Merci and sayonara. Danke and Jian. Daijian. Gracias and arrivederci. Oh, we're back with the narrator.
Oh, good. I was wondering where Billy had run off to.
Oh, this was a heavy day, darling. In the history of Modelland, in the history of the world, I dare say. This was one of the most disastrous, devastating, disheartening days ever. In the world.
In the world.
Tyra. In the world. I dare say. This was one of the most disastrous, devastating, disheartening days ever. Monsieur Now's message had reached everyone in the world at exactly the same time. The announcement flowing like lava down the mountain and incinerating everything in its wake. And darling, the immediate effects of such a decree upon the world were, well, tragic. Hospitals from Terra Bossa Nova to Tulip were flooded with victims who'd fainted from the hideous blow. Fashion designers fell into debilitating depressions, shocked that they would be given no new muses for inspiration. Some abandoned their showrooms. Others...
Oh no. Oh no.
They jump from buildings.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Tyra.
All of Metopia's fashion factories shut down. There was no need to produce new wares, after all, with no hope of new Intoxibellas to display them. Sure, there were existing Intoxibellas who were more than capable of rocking new waves, but this is fashion, darling. And fashion is obsessed with the nouveau. Factory workers spilled onto the street, angry and aimless. Some looted stores, breaking glass and stealing purses, shoes, dresses, suits. But factory dependents reveled in the madness, breaking free from their semi-enslavement and adorning the malnourished body with glamorous goods they were forced to produce. Hoodlums and Norden Sui, Cappuccina, and Oktoberfest defaced the Intoxibella billboards that rose high above the city streets, covering them in the words liar and betrayers and intoxiheckas. Sidewalks that read, "Where the heck is CL? We need her." Now bore the answer, "Who the heck cares?" Riders rushed the Sapphire Esplanade in Adorno, grabbing perfume bottles and hurling them at one another like missiles. Vicious fights erupted in mall corridors. People tore at one another's clothes. Popped them in the eyes and and pushed each other into fountains. Devastated girls dragged high, medium, and low fashions from the stores to the parking lots and lit them on fire. Another group knocked over wheeled carts selling Modelland t-shirts, hats, and coffee mugs, throwing everything into the flames. A singed glossy photo of CL now disintegrated to ash. A flag depicting the Modelland golden eye smiles went up in a blue blaze. Why all the bedlam, you ask? Well, the only thing certain in that world, the only thing on which many people could depend, the single source of happiness and hope, had been postponed indefinitely. What do you think that means? One day, 2, or forever? It sounds like Top Model Cycle 25, America's Next Top Model Cycle 25. This is how Tyra believed everyone reacted to Top Model being canceled twice. Yeah. Think about how you feel, darling. Think about how someone suffocated you, strangled you, chop off your nose, held you underwater, for this is how the globe's population felt. Guru, Canaris, and Aspen had cut off the world's oxygen supply, and then they were desperately gulping for air. In the depths of the stadium, Persimmon led Tookie through a dripping corridor and stopped at a heavy stone door with the words La Camera Bruta etched into it. The artery-like dungeon walls were red and pulsing like they were inside a giant organ. There was a bloodthirsty feeling in the air, red juice thirsty feeling in the air, as well as the unpleasant odor of farts. Tookie recognized the eerie place as the location where she had first seen CL abusing herself, but she had only peeked in, she had not entered. Persimmon finally spoke. The ugly room is a place for those who have committed vile sins far worse than ones that sent Bellas to the catwalk corridor. CL spent some time here, didn't she? Tookie asked, already knowing the answer. Persimmon nodded. Every mirror, every surface in this room reflects the most repugnant version of the transgressor. Now close your eyes. Tookie did as she was told, and Persimmon sprayed a fine golden mist around her face. Anti-repugnancy spritz, Persimmon explained, to make sure you don't experience the ugly room's effects. Tookie opened her eyes once more. Persimmon still stood in front of her, as if she wanted to say something. Tookie thought of the memory that she had just seen. "I'm sorry," she said in a small voice, "about, you." Persimmon lowered her head. "So am I." She sighed, then sharply turned and walked away. A moment later, CL stepped inside the ugly room. While Persimmon sprayed her, Tookie overheard Persimmon whispering in CL's ear, "Do you realize that if you were never born, I'd be you, a 777. The day you took your first breath was the day my life ended." Ooh. Persimmon took one last look at CL and then left the room. When CL opened her eyes, she looked guilty, fragile, and naive instead of confident and strong. She turned to go after Persimmon, but stopped when she heard Tookie's voice. "CL, it's not your fault, or Persimmon's. You're both victims. Are you okay?" CL shrugged. "I have no idea." She sounded absolutely drained. An ominous voice boomed from above, as if the room itself was speaking to them. "The gates will rise, and you two can see your mothers now." Tookie and CL walked together down the long, dark red corridor, and they were greeted with a new smell, the stench of rotting flesh, which grew stronger with every step. They stopped at a room that looked like a gaping red mouth, badly lit and filled with shadows and more rancid smells. The belladonna sat upright in a The belladonna sat upright in a chair, dressed in a gray ugly room jumpsuit similar to the one Ciel had worn. Her body faced a wall of mirrors, which reflected not the lovely woman they had just seen in the flesh for the first time, but a pockmarked, scaly-skinned beast. Oh, she had entrails for hair, a twisted tree root for a nose, and millipedes for eyelashes. Oh, but millipedes are cute. If it was centipedes, I'd be like, oh. The belladonna writhed in pain at her hideous reflection, but she couldn't turn away. A restraint around her head forced her to face forward. Her wrists and ankles were bound to the chair, which was bolted to the floor. Metal clamps held her eyes open, making blinking impossible. A saline stream dripped into her eyes from a clear bag above. Tookie gasped, averting her eyes. The belladonna's face reminded her of a ghastlier version of her own THBC. Next to her, Creamy, also dressed in an ugly room jumpsuit, lay on a cot, her filthy feet splayed out, her dingy wrinkled skin looking even more puckered and damaged than usual. Her soot-caked eyes were shut tight, tubes protruded from her veins, wires stretched from her nose, a bag attached to her gut, draining blood. Benissima lay on her back next to Creamy. Someone had kindly wiped the dirt from the doll's face. Tookie studied Creamy carefully. My mom doesn't look that much different from when she was in the flashback room. I guess the ugly room figured she was already dirty and ugly enough, Ciel said. Tookie looked desperately at Ciel. Do you think my mom's gonna pass? Ciel pulled out a chair for Tookie to sit and read a medical chart at the foot of Creamy's cot. It says here that no vital organs were hit.
Damn it. Sorry. It's only because it's Creamy. This is literally a criminal. Just literally a horrible person.
But she's lost a lot of red body juices. It looks like it's touch and go, but if your mom survives Tookie, she'll probably remain in the ugly room for a long time, possibly a life sentence. She broke a serious rule by invading Modelland. You saw the flashback. She was banned for life. Tookie inched closer to Creamy's cot. The woman looked so small, nothing like the Creamy Tookie knew back in Metopia. The flashback Tookie had just lived through swam through her mind, filling her with confusion, awe, and shame. Who was Creamy? Find out in book 2. Oh, wait.
Oh, my God.
How has she been capable of such terrible betrayal of a girl who was supposed to be her friend? How is it that Tookie never knew about any of this, and yet she lived under her mother's roof for 15 whole years? The mysterious creature who lay before her had never uttered a word about being at Modelland, knowing the belladonna or wingtip Ray Faye. But then again, would Tookie have wanted to know about any of it? Tookie touched her mother's foot. It was ice cold. Creamy, she struggled to get the words. I love you. All I've ever wanted for you is to love me back. Creamy didn't answer. All Tookie heard was the sucking sounds of her mother's red body juice in tubes. Tookie glanced at Ciel, who was slumped over, whispering her own plaintive, pent-up feeling to the belladonna's... Whispering her pent-up feelings to the belladonna turned back. I was raised in poverty with barely anything, but a wonderful woman raised me and 3 other beautiful girls, Hendel, Woodland, and Catherine. Then I got chosen to come to Modelland, and I had to leave them all. It was so hard. But never once did you acknowledge I was yours. The belladonna didn't respond. I know you loved me before, Tookie continued, her heart pounding. I saw that one flashback when I was a baby. Well, what happened after that to make you hate me? Did you ever want me back after you got your youth back? Ciel asked the belladonna. Did you ever come looking for me after you became an Intoxibella? Ciel and Tookie were crying out in stereo, their own small chorus of pain and questioning. Or were you happy to give me up in exchange for your beauty? Why didn't you ever think I was special? Tookie said. All of a sudden, she realized she wasn't stuttering any longer. You should have, Creamy, because I am. Even if I don't belong here, I'm still worthy of something. I know that now. Ciel wiped the tears from her cheeks and stared at the belladonna. When I went off message, when I dug up, Ciel paused, obviously in pain. Then she continued, when I did what I did, why did you bring me back here? You should have just sent me away somewhere, cut me loose, been free of me for life. That's what you wanted. Suddenly the belladonna wrenched her head, breaking free from the restraints. She turned and stared into Ciel's eyes so harshly that Ciel jumped back. Listen to me, child, because I will say this once. Gennaro was going to unalive you for what you did. Your act threatened everything we stand for, CL. We all were livid, furious, disgusted by your actions, and I was embarrassed. But Nars, oh, he was the worst. He put a price on your head. And even though I detested what you did and knew it was justifiable to punish you with unaliving, I could not let that happen. Not to my child. Your day of discovery was so long ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I brought you here so I could spend every day with you, so that I could watch you grow up and learn and live close to me. I realized it was too little too late. I realized it did not make up for giving you away, but it's the best I could do. No, it's not. You could have refused to give me up in the first place, CL roared, clutching the belladonna's
Or
arm.
at least, like, not been a bitch to her once she got there.
Yeah, oh gosh, it's not like one of those, I'm pushing you away because I, like, this isn't tsundere behavior. Because tsundere in anime is all that fun stuff. But yeah.
Good time.
You could have let go of your pride and your vanity and raised me, kept me as your own. I know that now, but you saw everything in that flashback, that the ridiculous position I was in, or the difficult position I was in, the lies, the trickery. I was confused. But what's done is done, CL. The decision I made that day was the worst choice of my life. I've always regretted it. I've always wondered what if. Yes, I've been hard on you this past year, but it's because I'm looking out for you. Yeah, don't torture people and be like, I'm doing it because I love you. I'm trying to...
For your own good.
Oh,
That's why
gosh.
I'm torturing you.
Yep. I'm trying to save you
Eesh.
from harm. If you do not reform, Nars has every right to unalive you. You are my whole world, CL. More than Modelland. More than anything. The belladonna erupted in violent sobs. When I had you, I looked into your gray eyes, and the first thing I saw was, I see love. And CL, every time I see you, even right now, I see love. That's why I named you CL. See love.
Oh. Wait, the literal birth name is CL? It doesn't stand for anything? What? Hi, Peyton.
Run, Peyton, run.
Peyton. That was so
How
great.
much longer? We have 34 pages left, including
It's such an immediate
acknowledgments.
reaction. I'm sorry. I assume that's a reaction to damn. Sorry, she's literally an R-wordist. I don't know what else to say.
CL, see love. CL's mouth dropped open. Her chin trembled. She was trying desperately not to cry. Really? She whispered tenderly. Yes, baby. The belladonna blustered. Yes, my love. Tears ran down CL's cheeks. She tore away the leg and wrist restraints on the belladonna. The shackles fell to the ground. CL then collapsed her head onto her mother's lap, and the belladonna leaned forward, embracing her daughter. The only sounds in the ugly room were the racking sobs of CL and the belladonna. Then, without warning, the sound of heavy doors banging filled the space. Guards rushed in and surrounded CL and the belladonna. Gennaro Nars pushed to the front of the group. Get up, bada girl, you're coming with us. He grabbed CL. A look of fear flashed across CL's face. Tookie recalled what the belladonna had just said about Nars wanting to unalive her. The belladonna stood up. Nars, get your hands off my daughter.
Oh my god.
Gennaro wrinkled his nose. Oh, now she's your daughter. Then he looked at CL with hatred. Body girl, you must pay for who you are and what the heck you've become. Tookie jumped to her feet. CL, she cried. Shut up, crazy eyes. Nars screamed, and the guards dragged CL out of the room. Tookie took one last look at her mother, then slipped out of the ugly room, following close behind.
Listening to this is killing brain cells. What's reading it going to do? We have no idea. 2 more chapters?
Yeah, or we have 46, 47, and then this random blank, or I think it's technically a 48.
But it's like an epilogue, I guess.
Yeah, and acknowledgement.
Oh, goody.
Here you go.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh.
Look at this. I didn't think we'd get here.
How
It felt
did-
impossible at times. Here we can.
Oh, thank you.
Chapter 46, with perfect execution. Beautification Boulevard with pandemonium. Bellas walked around in a daze, not understanding what was happening. The upper-class Bellas, their fate suspended indefinitely, cried in protest. Jen lay in a heap outside the stadium. Poor Jen. Tears and makeup running down her face. I can't believe this, she wailed. I held on to my no CL look for 48 whole minutes. I could have done it today. I could have become an Intoxibella. Mannequins rushed around, but without instructions from the belladonna, they were aimless and useless. Everyone knew something was up, but they didn't know what. A mob blocked CL and Gennaro as they emerged from the ugly room. Where is the belladonna? Voices cried. Why is she not showing herself? Why did she postpone the 7-7 tournament? Why is she doing this to us? Nars didn't.
Nars didn't. Book falls.
Book falls. You don't get to read the rest. Even the last 20 pages. It's not important. Nars didn't answer, whipping past them without even giving them a second look. Then the girls noticed CL, whom the guards were dragging by her hair. Horrible screeches emitted from CL's mouth. Okay, but it's C-Love, but it's C-I.
I guess it's a fancy way of saying C.
Alright. Like, yes, love? I guess.
Or C-I love.
Horrible screeches emitted from CL's mouth. What are you doing to her? The girls asked. Jen ran to the front of the crowd. Let CL go. You're hurting us. She shrieked. Nars shoved Jen aside. Tookie breathed heavily to keep up with Nars and CL as they marched towards the M. When Nars approached the building, the entrance slid open. The guards pushed CL inside. Tookie slipped in just before the giant doors closed once more. The sounds of the angry mob. Okay, I get you. The book doesn't even want to behave at this point. The sounds of the angry mob were muffled once the doors banged shut. No one stopped her. No one saw her. If there was ever a good time to be Forget-A-Girl, this was it. You thought it was over.
But what about Remember Girls? And I feel like we're not going to see Shiraz, Dylan, or Piper
Never
anymore.
again.
Never
Where did
again.
they even go?
They ran out of the room before the doors shut.
Right, okay. Nars led CL down the glass corridor. Tookie recognized from the last time she'd been in the M. Then he slapped a button on a wall and the large frosted glass door split in two halves and swung open. Tookie blinked to adjust to the stark brightness of the room. Inside was the grand chamber she had seen before. Bizarrely shaped windows, some like triangles, some like trapezoids, some round portals speckled the high walls. Tookie felt like she was entrapped in a surrealist crystal painting. Cool, I don't need to know any of that information right now. The three-dimensional tic-tac-toe board loomed at the front of the room, seemingly transported back from the stadium. A member of the board occupied each seat, staring down on CL as the guards pushed her into the bright golden spotlight. For the eyes of the board members were wide open. Their faces were alert, interested, maybe even nervous. Guru Applause's head hand was chewing one of its own fingernails. Oh, that's terrifying. Tookie slipped behind a wall of glass that had just turned opaque, her heart pounding. CL peered at the waiting tribunal. Her hands shook by her sides, her knees knocked. What else do I have to do? I'm on message. Modelland is perfect. One type of beauty is the only beauty that exists. Blah, blah, blah. See? A loud gavel struck the glass table and shattered it, cutting CL off. I've had just about enough of you, body girl, Nars growled. Then he signaled for the board. They rose in unison, without a word. Nars dragged CL to a contraption, and slammed her head into what looked like a crystal guillotine. Guards, he bellowed. Guards, he called behind him. Sorry, that was wrong. Let's hurry up and get this over with. Tookie's scalp prickled. Her stomach churned. They were going to behead CL. Oh, so many trigger warnings. All of them. I'm so glad I went to all the trigger warnings because we've hit so many brand new ones this time.
Oh my gosh.
Two guards marched up to the guillotine, their faces grave. The other board members visibly quivered. Tookie could hear her pulse racing in her ears as one guard smoothed CL's hair away from the back of her neck. The others adjusted the guillotine. The first guard held CL's shoulders still. Please, CL screamed, just hurry up and do it. The diamond blade glimmered in the light. blinding Tookie, just like her mother's mirror had blinded Chris Creme Crobat on the tightrope many years before. She squinted for a moment, watching the blurry guillotine rushing toward CL's neck. Just as the blade reached it, red liquid gushed from CL's neck, covering her body, and then an object appeared on CL's, sorry, Gabe, I'm so sorry.
I'm just like, what?
Head, a fashionable off-kilter crown. The red liquid, it literally says red liquid. I'm not.
Oh, you're not red body juice. It's literally red liquid.
It literally says red liquid. The red liquid transformed into fabric, a stately red damask cape. Right, because she should be the belladonna now. The other one is out.
Yeah.
She's the only one, like, in succession, if this is a monarchy. All at once, the other board members began to applaud. To the new belladonna! The color returned to CL's cheeks. She stood and looked around confusedly, then felt the crown on her head with the tip of her fingers. Is this a joke? Unfortunately, no, body girl, Nars growled. You are the belladonna's daughter. You are technically royalty. Guru Applause said. And as you know, the mantle of La Belladonna passes from one member of La Familia Royale to the next. You, CL, are the only living heir. Once your Bella lineage was verified, we summoned you here. That's how they crown the new belladonna?
I guess so.
I need to take a rescue pill.
Oh, gosh. Yeah.
It was almost, sorry, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, we need to talk to Tyra and be like, you need to pay for Avery's trauma. She had to, like, calm down after reading this.
Yeah, that was her coronation. Fun. Did we get to CL's name? Yes, we did.
C-Love.
C-Love, CL. I will accept yes, love, but C-I as in C... I have questions. I know that's not, like, number 1 through 35 on the list of questions, but it's there somewhere.
Oh, gosh.
It was almost unanimous, it said, eyeing Gennaro, but my extra hand in the air got us less le votes we needed. So this guy gets to vote twice. Hand is a head. And
The third hand. Yeah, his left hand has caused some problems. So only his head hand and his right hand can.
Oh my god. It was almost unanimous, it said, eyeing Gennaro. But my extra hand in the air got us the votes we needed, but a vote was très unnecessary. Royalty always prevails. I mean, historically, yeah, probably. I flipped the bird to the democracy. Can we put that?
Yes, add that to...
I flipped the bird on the democracy.
Oh my gosh.
I flipped the bird to democracy is the literal quote. Oh my god. CL scratched her head. Me? The belladonna? Seriously? Oui, oui, ma belle petite. Come on now, take your rightful seat. I'm just channeling that chef from Little Mermaid.
Oh.
Les poissons, les poissons. How I love les poissons. That's what I'm picturing, but with a hand for a head. Guru Applause said, gesturing to the middle throne on the risers. CL looked at it, a frightened expression crossing her face. Gennaro raised his brows hopefully. You can say no. It's an immense responsibility after all. Body... CL shot him a don't you dare look, cutting him off. If you call me body girl one more time, Gennaro, that is no way to speak to the newly crowned belladonna. Is that a yes? The other board members said in unison. CL nodded. I suppose it is, she said, smirking at Nars. Everyone except Nars began to applaud. Yes, Tookie screamed, forgetting she was in hiding. Tookie! I mean, I guess the belladonna is your friend now, so I guess it's fine. The guards whipped around. They spied Tookie and lunged for her. Gennaro screeched, what are you doing here? The seamstress? Applause said, confused. I'm sorry, Tookie stammered. I was just... Gennaro cut Tookie off, pinning her arms behind her back. Princess Belladonna, I will handle this But she's the queen. Don't disrespect her by calling her lower
He's
rank.
throwing some shade.
I will handle the crazy-eyed, shouldn't be a Bella intruder. It took CL a moment to realize that Gennaro was addressing her. Slowly, she descended from her throne and approached Tookie. What are you doing here? What, did you follow me here? You are not allowed in the M building. I just wanted to help you, Tookie cried. I was afraid you were in trouble. I can take care of myself, CL spat. Oh my god, CL has turned into a demon again. Where can I run?
Gosh.
Tookie thought, panicked. CL spun around and eyed Gennaro and the guards. Release her immediately. I will punish her myself. Gennaro smirked, pleased. The guards dropped Tookie's arms and CL said, psych. Tookie. She said psych. She said psych. Tookie, I was totally kidding. I was spooky, huh? Like before when I was crazy, but I'm not crazy now because I feel crazy because I'm the freaking belladonna. I'm so nervous and now I'm sweating again. You know how I sweat. Come here. She keeps saying that, but do we? Come here, girl. And then CL wrapped Tookie in a big hug. CL, you totally freaked me out, Tookie said, giggling nervously. I thought you were gonna kill me. Gennaro, CL called out to Nars, don't you dare harm a curly, straight, wavy, or frizzy hair on her head. Ever. Keep taking swigs right to the very end. Gennaro grimaced like he smelled something foul, but reluctantly nodded. Damn, I can't hurt children? How dare she? What? Thank you, Tookie whispered to CL, dipping into a respectful curtsy. CL snickered. Oh, get up. There's not going to be any of that idiotic kowtowing during my reign, she looked at Nars. And if you have a problem with treating Tookie with the respect she deserves, you can kiss my big fat Princess Belladonna ass.
Oh, that's like on her talk show when she was photographed and she looked bigger on the swim jeans. She's like, you know what? You can kiss my big
Oh, and the paparazzi were like making fun of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I used to watch with my mom. I remember the Tyra Banks show.
Yep.
Gennaro just stared in shock. And speaking of kissing, I want you, Mr. Nars, to bow down right now to Miss Tookie and kiss her feet. Nars blinked hard. What? That's right, CL placed her hands on her hips. I'm the Princess Belladonna, baby. The head biatch in charge, and from now on you will do whatever I say. Reluctantly, Gennaro took mincing steps up to Tookie. He fell to his knees, puckered his lips, and kissed Tookie's shoes, which were still soiled with ugly room crud. And Tookie had to admit it felt pretty damn good. This might be more impactful if, like, I half remembered who Gennaro... Like, I remember who he is, but I don't really know enough to, like, care that much, you know?
Oh my gosh. So I guess we're never seeing Chase, Zarpessa, or any of Tookie's friends ever again.
Chase wasn't really a friend, and neither was Zarpessa.
Or, I mean, like, those three and then any of her friends. I meant to, like, have it separately, like, her the villains and the friends.
But she and her three friends are basically the surrogate daughters of the queen now, so I guess that's gonna piss Zarpessa off.
I can't believe you're a dot to me after everything I've done to work my way to the top. And I have no character development because reasons.
If you mean he had to kiss her shoes, her boots, or whatever, or feet, I'm just gonna say shoes because feet makes me uncomfortable in that circumstance. The storm is almost to me. Stay safe, Patrick.
Stay safe, Patrick.
Yes, that has happened, Darth Sidious. He had to kiss her shoes that had the ugly room gunk on them. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I don't want to know.
Oh no, I spoiled myself.
No.
I keep doing that. Whoopsies. I don't like surprises. Chapter 47, La Lengua. Lengua. La Lengua.
Lengua.
Nars, get in here now. There's an intruder on my ooh-ah. Tookie emerged from the M building and started back towards the D, still numb with shock.
No, the one with Bravo. No, she's not kissed Bravo yet. Oh God.
Well, that's what I spoiled myself on, and Avery didn't know. Come on.
Fine. I figured she was gonna. Whatever. Yeah. I don't care.
They're 15.
I mean, 15-year-olds kissing is not strange. I mean, I guess that's a normal age for a 15-year-old to kiss another 15-year-old. But why? there was a way to do it that wasn't so creepy, and for some reason Tyra could not do it. She couldn't just be like, these two kids liked each other and then they kissed, like, and like in the Harry Potter books, like never once when like Harry kissed Ginny was I like, oh, because like there was actually like at least a backstory, and it wasn't like he gently licked his thumb and caressed her eyebrow. That never happened, so I wasn't uncomfortable.
I'm uncomfortable. Had it really happened? Was CL truly the Princess Belladonna? Had Gennaro honestly kissed Tookie's dirty, oversized feet as though they were the Queen of Gaudy? Gowdee? Gaudy? Pure unfiltered happiness filled her from the tips of her toes to the top of her head. She couldn't wait to tell the Unicas that what had happened. She could just picture Dylan almost fainting from glee, Shiraz doing a victory dance, and Piper smiling. Hypothesizing how Modelland's conditions would improve under CL's rule. The whole world around Tookie glistened as though it had been scrubbed clean. Many girls along Tookie's walk were, still distraught and some hysterical over the abrupt ending of the 7-7 tournament. Only Kamalini walked among the crowd unscathed and unbothered, bopping to her headbanger. Tookie wanted to throw her arms around the girl. If Kamalini hadn't told her to run into the O on the first day here, Tookie might not be at Modelland today, but Kamalini was too far away. Tookie would have to thank her later. Tookie was overflowing with delight and practically skipped down the path toward the D entrance. A rustling sound in the bushes made her stop short. Zarpessa, oh, they're back. I was wrong. Zarpessa stepped out from behind the bushes, eyeing Tookie dangerously. Tookie froze, her euphoria suddenly fading away. She wasn't in the mood for confrontation. Look, Zarpessa, for the last time, I didn't tell anyone your secret, okay? I know, Zarpessa said. Tookie blinked. You do? Zarpessa thrust her chin into the air. I went back to the feds and asked some questions. I went back to the feds and asked some questions. Dr. Erica told me everything that happened that night. The night she told me she asked around seeing if anyone knew about my history and no one did. And not even you. Her eyebrows arched. Why didn't you tell? I mean, I would have if I were you, so if I was the boss. First you want me to keep it a secret. Now you want me to tell? Tookie threw up her hands in confusion. Whatever happened to you is your business, but your harsh reality is still no excuse to be evil, Zarpessa. I feel like she's writing this to herself. This is a place for all of us to start fresh, to forget what happened in our previous lives. Zarpessa leaned back and examined Tookie in a full, perhaps really looking at her. Zarpessa leaned back and examined Tookie in full, perhaps really looking at her for the first time. Well, I guess this is where I said, I don't know, thank y'all, she said begrudgingly. But if you think we're going to let Bond now, you're totally mistaken. I don't need a shoulder to cry about my corporate family, certainly not your scraggly butt shoulder. Whatever, Zarpessa. Tookie shrugged, mad at herself for even thinking Zarpessa had changed. Then Zarpessa stepped forward and stuck her finger in Tookie's face. And what was all that in the orb arena about my Theophilos? Tookie blinked. She'd forgotten about what she said about Theophilos in the heat of the moment. I just wanted to make Bravo jealous, she said in a small voice. There was no way she could get into the Theophilos argument with Zarpessa now. His name was the first I thought of. This seemed to satisfy Zarpessa, and she placed her hands on her hips. Don't ever think Theophilos would be into you unfortunate-looking, big-headed, crazy-eyed, forgettable bellward. Stay away from him, and from me too, because if you ever tell, I'll make your life a living hack. Worse than the hack I live in back home. Tookie shrank back, her eyes wide, but even though she was trembling inside, she mustered a smile. You're welcome, Zarpessa, she said as the girl walked away. Tookie slimmed down on a bench for a moment, trying to shake off Zarpessa's hatred. She heard the bushes rustle again and jumped up, prepared for the wrath of Zarpessa round two. Webb, Alexander, and O'Neill appeared from the bushes surrounding her. A knife of fear sliced through Tookie's chest. All she could think of was the lewd things Bravo's friends had probably said to him when the four of them had hatched the bet about Tookie, which he said he lied about. She rolled her shoulders back and tried to push past them. Excuse me, she said tightly. I'm better than they are, she chanted again and again in her head. CL, the Princess Belladonna, thinks so. Tookie, wait, Webb said, grabbing Tookie's hand. And in a split second, all three boys All three boys took
no.
off their shirts.
Why?
Why?
Ducky, wait. Takes off shirt to start running. It's more aerodynamic that way.
Oh gosh. Oh wait, are they doing the thing where she was talking about the perfect kiss thing, and the guy was gonna have stuff written on their chest?
Oh, no.
Is it something like that?
No.
No.
God.
Oh gosh.
I told you it was a lot to write on your chest.
Yeah.
How did he remember it all?
Or it might be not that, but we'll. Oh wait. Oh god. Okay.
No.
Revealing tan, mahogany, and golden skin, and sharply defined pectoral and abdominal muscles. Tookie recoiled and turned away. That's like the most. Why? Now they were removing their shirts for her. Did they want a piece of her too? I'm not everyone's bet. She shrieked, leave me the heck alone. But then she noticed there was something written on their chest in goopy red paint. Tookie, Webb's chest said. I'm so, Alexander said. And O'Neill said, sorry.
Oh, I thought it was going to be the whole...
Yeah, and Tookie read the words frowning. She was seething.
So
was this some kind of a joke? She was about to turn away once more when the three boys jumped in unison, now showing her their backs. More words in the same red script were scrawled across their broad back muscles. It was never a bet. Yeah, right, Tookie sputtered. But when the boys turned around again, their expressions were plaintive and repentant, not teasing and disrespectful. From behind, someone grabbed Tookie's shoulders, and she turned to find Bravo.
Oh my god.
In a perfectly fitted velvet tuxedo. Thanks, y'all, Bravo said, slapping his friend's hand. I owe you big time. The three boys pulled on their shirts, gave Tookie a polite nod, and disappeared down the path, leaving Tookie and Bravo alone.
Can we just say what homies these guys are?
Yeah, to be
They're like bros. He comes in, he's like, bros. I need help.
Bros, I need your help, bros. Yeah, man, what'd you need, man?
Total chat.
I'm just where it's like you think they're gonna be it's something nefarious is happening. It's like, hey bro, what do you need, man? You know I do everything for you. And it's just like
just holds up body paint.
I need to paint this on you. Yeah, I got you, bro.
It's like Bud from the California Diaries, where like Ducky is like, struggling with his gender and sexuality, and like all the like jock guys are like making fun of him at school. And then there's this one guy, Bud, who's like, nah, man, I think he's cool. And then he's just this total like meathead, but he's so nice to Ducky, and he's just really accepting. And we're just like, oh, Bud, I never ship Bud and Ducky together.
Oh god, he's a himbo. I remember one time I was on The Resident, and there was a married couple there, and I was good friends with them, and there was just one day I just look at the husband and I'm talking to him, I'm like, oh, you're a great himbo. And he just looks at me like,
a himbo husband.
Yeah, he's a himbo husband. And I think
every woman dreams of the himbo husband. The wife got it. The wife was like, yeah.
Yeah, she was laughing. And he's like, what's a himbo? And I'm like, the nice guy who's not really that, or no, his wife was like the handsome guy who's not really that smart, but well-meaning. I'm like, yeah. But everyone needs a good himbo in their life. Yeah, bro, we're himbos, bro. Tookie stared at we're going insane.
We are losing our mind.
Yes. Tookie stared at him, still not sure if this was a joke. Bravo approached her. So, he said nervously, you're back. That's right, she said stubbornly. There was a long silence. Finally, Bravo met her eyes. What they wrote on their chest is true, Tookie. There was never a bet, I swear. Well, technically that was on their backs, Bravo, but at least you're pretty, I guess. Even though I shouldn't be saying that.
Their chest was true, Tookie.
Well, Tookie, I'm so sorry, but then I don't know. That's what she should have called them. Best us to himbos.
I don't think himbo was a widely known term in 2011, was it?
I don't know.
This book was ahead of its time.
Best to himbos. I want to say himbros, but it's just best to himbos. You get the best to himbos.
Oh my god.
Oh
my god.
Yeah. There was never a bet, I swear. I only told you that because I was mad at that you were leaving and I thought you used me. I opened myself up to you and I felt all vulnerable. Telling you that stuff gave you a lot of control over me. Then I regretted telling you when you said you were leaving, and I stooped really low and tried to hurt you more than I was hurting. I'm so sorry. He shifted his feet on the path. But Tookie, I've never met anyone like you. I don't want you to go. The architecture suddenly wasn't enough for me to want to stay here without you.
The architecture.
He was so pretty, but architecture. And now the architecture means nothing without her.
Okay. I wanted to write, Tookie, you're the most amazing girl I have ever laid eyes on. I can't decide which to love more, your green eye or your brown eye.
Oh, God. I wish this was alcohol.
But there wasn't enough room on everyone's chest. Believe me, we tried. Tookie stared at him, her resolve crumbling a little.
They did?
Hey, man, I just need to write some stuff on your chest real quick. Yeah, man, you got it.
And they try to fit the whole damn thing.
Dang it, man. I can. Here, let's try your backs too. Dang it, man, it doesn't fit. It's okay, man. Just make it shorter and have a short message on our front and our backs. She'll love that, bro.
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
thanks for your encouragement, bro. I don't know what I'd do without you guys. And architecture. Yeah, bro, it's okay, bro.
Oh my God, I'm crying, and not because it's a sad book like the last time I cried on stream.
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
Side note, that just reminds me of, or here, I'll tell it later. It's just really random. But there wasn't enough room on everyone's chest. Believe me, we tried. Tookie stared at him, her resolve crumbling a little. All at once, it made sense. The tuxedo, the writing on the chest. It was exactly what she told him she wanted during the man attack. All those crazy things she'd come up with, and he was executing them one by one. Then Bravo took her hand. I want to show you something. He started to pull Tookie across the... They stopped at a garden Tookie had never seen before, right on the border between Modelland and Bestosterone. It was filled with the most beautiful golden yellow fabric flowers she had ever seen, and they went on for a mile. I just planted these today, Bravo said. As soon as I saw you'd come back, me and my boys got on the job.
I got the boys. Boys.
Got the boys.
Boy in the front, boy in the back, two boys on either side. And we play, you know that thing where it's like, what is it, an Eddie Burback thing? It's like, I just want to ride my bird with the boys. A boy on this side, a boy on that side, maybe a couple boys in the back.
I've never heard that before.
I'll have to show you the video sometime.
But I just wish there was like a deleted scene of, hey bros, there's this girl and I really like her and I want to show her that I care about her because I said some mean things to her. Oh, bro, that stinks, bro. Don't worry, bro. You're a good bro. And,
Thanks, bro.
And I just need to write some stuff on your chest need your help planting flowers. Okay, bro, you got it. What do you want to write on our chest? Here, let me try it out. Bro, I don't think it's going to fit, but I support you in this decision, bro.
Oh my God. I don't know what's running into my eye because I don't have any makeup on right now, but my eye is just like burning, and it's because
it's because of this book.
It's because I'm laughing so hard.
Oh gosh, don't worry, we're so close to the end. We have like 21 pages left. So that's not too bad. As soon as I saw you'd come back, me and my boys got on the job. You planted this for me? Tookie whispered, thinking about, again, of her crazy first kiss wish. Bravo nodded. Okay, confession time. We use special Modelland multiplying seeds. Then he grabbed Tookie's hands and began to sing a strange little tune slightly off key.
Oh no.
Oh, Tookie, I love you more than architecture and Laura's oatmeal cookies.
Is that what it says?
Yes. Oh, Tookie, I love you more than architecture and Laura's oatmeal cookies. Went to the feds because my heart was failing. The purse said, no, Brava, De La Crème's got your pulse sailing.
Oh my God.
Tookie,
I like to think it was a rap.
Oh, Tookie, I love you more than architecture and Laura's oatmeal cookies. Went to the feds because my heart was failing. The person said, no, Bravo, De La Crème's got your puss failing. No, I can't.
That sounds like, please stop.
No, sorry.
Not you.
No. I thought you said we were done with the craziness.
We'll never be done. We'll never be done. Good news, I got 4 of them. Yay! That's good news.
Yay!
Good news in the middle of all this.
Hooray! Tookie was trying with all her might to hold in her laughter. You sound really bad, Bravo. You don't have to sing for me. This is what you wanted, and you deserve to get what you want.
Then he has like 3 more bars.
Oh, he does have more.
No! Oh, God.
This is what you wanted, and you deserve to get what you want. But you should be pissed at me, Tookie said, because I hit you, because you left, because I left from our zip zap, because of Theophilus. But you came back, Bravo said, and Theophilus, well, Theophilus isn't my boyfriend, Tookie blurted out. He's our business, actually. I was kind of obsessed with him, but nothing ever happened. Bravo nodded, looking relieved. Then he continued the song.
Oh, thank God. She's not cheating on me. She's just obsessed with another guy.
Here's my brooch. Tookie. Oh, Tookie, I never wagered your lip nookie and your eyes in the place I want to looky. You taught me about loving and giving. I was a rookie. But you're so pure and sweet, and now I'm hooky. Oh, I'm Tookie. Why couldn't the book be this the whole time? Or are we just going crazy? I'm gonna drive home and my parents are gonna be like, how was it? I'll be like, it was great, it was lovely, I love everything. There's an intruder in my wah.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
We're almost there. We're almost there. Just.
It's like, Tyra, stop. No, stop. Lip what? He's a Wookiee?
He lip nookie, in your eyes the only place I want to looky. You taught me about loving and giving, I was a rookie. Yeah, we have this, one more chapter, and acknowledgements. That's all that's left. I'll read the acknowledgements, but I won't say the G word. I apologize for that.
It wasn't your fault. You didn't know that she was going to just slip a slur into the acknowledgements. You can't really be prepared for that sort of thing.
And she also put in the slur for little people in there too.
Multiple times in the book throughout.
Yep. Oh, we have to finish this soon, but it's just like
it's 10 o'clock.
Bravo then did a spin and tried to drop down in a half split and almost fell over. Tookie covered her eyes. Stop it, she said bashfully. But in truth, she kind of liked this a lot. No. Bravo lowered his face to hers. I still want to be your first, Tookie. Tookie blinked hard. Oh my God. You're special first, Bravo went on. He moved an inch closer and cradled her face in his hand. No. You're only first. Okay, no.
No.
No. No. No. Tookie shut her eyes. This was happening. How privileged I would be if you said yes, Bravo whispered. His lips puckered just so, looking extremely lush and biteable. Will you? Tookie swallowed hard. In the distance, a couple of birds sang to one another. A peal of laughter rang out the O, but all it sounded very far away. Privileged? For real? Bravo squeezed her hand. For real? For real? Will you say yes? She could feel his breath on her face. Her heart rocketed in her ears. Yes, but wait. Bravo leaned back, staring at her. I have a story for you. Just like the story you told me, Tookie said. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Tukalata. Tukalata?
Tukalata?
Bravo said amused. Shh, just go with it, okay? So anyway, nobody saw her ever. She would lie on the floor in school, waiting for someone to trip over or kick her or anything, but no one ever did. It was like she was a piece of trash, defective, uncoordinated, unattractive, and unmemorable. Tookie cleared her throat, her skin prickling. Tukalata wanted love, she went on. She wanted affection. She wanted it so badly she collected a random item from a boy she liked. She touched the Tookie pin under her flower. For a moment, she reached under her brooch, removed the pin, leaving the flower brooch where it was, and held the pin in her hand. Bravo looked at it, but didn't say anything, and she practiced kissing that boy in her mirror when she thought she was alone. Tookie went on, twisting her mouth at the memory of how Miracle had once caught her. Miracle, who we have no idea what's going on with Miracle now.
Yeah, where is Miracle? We don't know, nor do we care.
Yeah. Tukalata was convinced all she'd ever kiss for the rest of her life was a mirror. She was a forget-a girl. A girl no one would ever want to kiss. A girl someone might bet on, make fun of, shun, ignore. And how does the story end? Bravo said, squeezing her hand. Does Tucolata live a miserable life alone, afraid, not allowing herself to open up to anyone, running away? Or does she take a risk and realize someone does want her, really wants her, and really loves her? You've known him for like a month. Well, for one quadmester. Well, I guess it's part of the lovey-dovey, like, we're so in love. But again, it's just like, since we're adults, we're like, this isn't how it works. Or is it? I don't know. Tookie bit her lips, staring at the grass. The second option, she whispered. Bravo poked her playfully. Hi, Tucolata. Tookie giggled, then looked up. Hi, Deco, she said in a small, shy voice. Hi, Tookie, Bravo said, staring into her eyes. Hi, Bravo. And then Bravo kissed her forehead, then her cheeks, and then her nose. He sucked on her earlobe.
Why?
Sending a jolt of warmth all over her body, followed by an intense feeling of pleasure she never experienced before.
I don't need to know this. These children.
Her back arched at the slightest touch. Tingles danced from the crown of her head down to her abdomen. She clenched her muscles, then let go. And then at the same time, they both licked their own thumbs and smoothed the other's eyebrows.
No, it does not say that.
It says they lick their own thumbs and smooth the other's eyebrows.
Why is that the thing that she could have given them anything to be their thing.
Well, it's either that or they put their thumbs in each other's mouths. Close your eyes, Bravo said, and Tookie did, and as she was told, she woke with a start at her bed, looking around, seeing Miracle snore laugh to her side. She realized she was awake. It was a dream all along. No, that's not what it
thank
says.
God.
Yeah. Close your eyes, Bravo said, and Tookie did as she was told. She heard the sound of a whipped cream can shaking and instinctively opened her mouth just in time for Bravo to shoot a cold stream of whip onto her tongue. The tingles continued down her hips. She then heard Bravo squirt some cream onto his own mouth. Then slowly, gently, Bravo's soft lips touched hers. His lips parted and she felt something thick and slimy inside of her mouth, his tongue. She pulled away wide-eyed. I don't like kissing that way. Bravo looked surprised. But you've never been kissed before. I know I haven't, but my mirror didn't have a tongue. Tookie said, smiling, tracing her finger across Bravo's cheek. It just feels weird. And this is about what I want, right? Bravo nodded, pulling his body slightly away from hers. We can go as slow as you want, Tookie. You will set our pace always. And then he kissed her again, parting his lips only a little. His tongue remained inside his mouth. He bit slightly onto her bottom lip. Tookie grabbed onto the back of his neck, her body feeling hot and alive. They're 15.
It's been a while since I've been staring up speechless.
They remained like that for a long, long time, and when they pulled back, they stared at each other as only two people who are enchanted with each other can do. A single tear fell from Tookie's brown eye. Bravo brought his lips to the wetness and kissed it tenderly. Modelland was bathed in a joyful golden light. The corners of Tookie's lips felt like they might split from smiling. She wanted to prolong this moment as long as she lived. Can we do it again? She whispered, and as they continued to kiss, Tookie opened up her palm and let the defective purloined Tookie button fall in the grass. She didn't need it anymore.
Why am I so concerned that this is a little too close to Tyra's first kiss when she was 15? It's so specific, isn't it?
It's so specific. Okay, all there's left is 553 to 563 and then acknowledgements. I'll read the acknowledgements, but we have our final chapter.
Oh God, help us all. We're here.
We're almost there. Oh, I feel like my voice is echoing. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's just, if anybody is concerned about the loudness, we'll just be like, you have no idea what we've been through.
All the trauma.
We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
How dare you learn something from this? When you go to bed at night and you're taking responsibility for someone, take responsibility for yourself. Now you roll in your eyes like you've heard this all before. You don't know where the heck I've been through. You know where the heck I've gone through. Take responsibility for yourself.
Oh my god. I'm gonna read this. And then while you're reading the acknowledgments, I'll publish the merch. God help us. Do you see her? Oh, this is Billy Porter's back.
Yeah.
I like how we've just collectively agreed that it's
Yeah,
Billy
Billy
Porter.
Darling.
Do you see her? The girl whose face looks, well, maybe not symmetrical, but quite interesting. Yes, her eyes are still there, centimeters too far apart, and her mouth is 4 centimeters too wide. And yes, when you look at her face, you might say something is definitely off, but perhaps its unusual qualities draw your attention, making you linger. Come on now, you see her. If you tilt your head up, way up, and look up there, that's rock bottom, Tyra Banks.
Oh no, that's so far away.
Way up. Up, way up, and stare at the mountain. She's standing outside the top of the M building, her gauzy Modelland nightgown waving in the breeze. She's the girl whose hair still has multiple personality disorder and can't decide if it's supposed to be quasi-curly, silky straight, frantic frizzy, wet and wavy, or power to the people fro. But she's kind of okay with that. Have you ever looked in the mirror and went, this is a power to the people fro day?
No, I have not thought that.
You're like, this is not the representation of fros that we need or want. The girl whose feet are still the size of last winter's snowshoes. She's not okay with that, but her body is no longer hunched over. Instead, she stands tall, like she sprouted an inch or two, and her stick figure arms and legs are still fragile, yes, but there's something a little more filled out about her than before. Even so, you still might hear her limbs pleading, feed me an entire vat of whipped cream now. But that is what it says. But that's only because she fancies the delicacy so much. Of is this where whipped cream is a delicacy? It's definitely not, because she found it like everywhere.
She wasn't ever not without whipped cream.
No. Her head's still the size of a punch bowl. There could be all kinds of punch bowl sizes.
Yeah. Maybe they're like the really big ones that are like at the school parties or whatever.
Maybe it's maybe it's just like a little like, oh, look at that cute little punch bowl. It's just a Pinterest punch bowl.
Just a punch bowl, just this big. I don't know.
With a forehead that goes on and on and on, but she holds it high, like only someone whose big brain is filled with eloquent strings of words and brave, gutsy thoughts can do. And her eyes, though mismatched, one green, one brown, just add to her uniqueness. They almost look, dare I say, enchanting. Do you see Tookie De La Crème up there? I bet you do, and I bet you'll remember her for a long, long time. That's
true. One of the few true statements.
I will remember her. Okay, Tyra, calm down.
Yeah, and Darth Sidious said that this isn't Billy Porter, but Avery and I have established this is Billy Porter.
Yes, because we said so.
Yes.
And we're one of the few peoples to have gotten here. Our tale ends on a clear, starry evening, the most extraordinary of extraordinary evenings in the most extraordinary of places. And Tookie De La Crème, Modelland Bella, was not lying on the floor of B3 praying for students to trample her, but instead was standing outside atop the M building, wind in her hair, goosebumps on her bare arms. She looked down at the expanse of Metopia's 4 distinct quadrants, surrounding the mountain, and prayed that Lizzie was still down there, still alive. Then she ran her hand over the wide stretch of skin above her eyebrows. All of a sudden, something ironic occurred to her. The adjective form of the word Metopia was metopic, which meant, as she'd found it in Dr. Erica's medical dictionary, of or pertaining to the forehead. What? I thought it was just Metopia, like me.
No, it was named after her forehead. Even though she wasn't born when it was named.
It's a wonder I wasn't the queen of Metopia. That's for book 3.
Oh,
Just
God,
wait.
yeah.
Modelland was still anything but calm. Even though it was past midnight, Bella's still crammed Beautification Boulevard in protest, demanding answers about why. I'll get it in a second.
Oh,
Nothing matters. It's empty. Nothing matters. It's fine.
Nothing matters. Oh.
Things matter, but that doesn't really matter right now. In protest, demanding answers on why the 7-7 tournament had abruptly ceased. 7-7 contestants lay on the Golden Plaza crying golden tears. Really? Golden tears? Bestosteros stood guard, like Euphoria tears, like the glitter tears. Like I've never even seen Euphoria. I just know that's on all of the posters. The glittery tears.
I haven't seen that. Yes, the Euphoria. They're all transported to Euphoria.
Oh God, that's the only thing that could make this worse. The only thing less age appropriate for teenagers.
Oh, gosh.
7-7 tournament and abruptly ceased. Crying golden tears. Bestosteros, they're bestostobros to me, stood guard among the crazed Bellas, trying to keep the peace. Purses circled, so they're cops. ACAB, all cops are bestostobros.
Oh gosh.
Oh my God.
Best of himbos. Best of him bros.
Purses circled and doctors skated around the crowd, scooping up the girls who were on the verge of nervous breakdowns. I'm one of those girls.
Where are the purses? Where are the doctors on roller skates?
No, you know what? They can. I'm fine. I'm good. I'm all set.
Everything's fine.
Then they just break down the door. We're like, no.
Best of him bros. We don't need your help.
Then from a corner of the plaza, Tookie heard a followed by a scream. Get away from me, you bitchy, scratchy thing. Creamy! A ditzy voice whined. Miracle! Tookie thought, perking up. Was her sister still at Modelland now, trapped in Catwalk Corridor? She's a child! But she's a child!
They should just take her back to Metopia.
Well, at least she's here, Tookie thought, stifling a giggle. You didn't think about her until right now? Oh, I wonder what happened to my sister. Bet she's fine. Probably still alive. Modelland is where she belongs after all. Isn't this view amazing, a voice said. Tookie turned around and there was CL wrapped in a gauzy jumpsuit with bat wing sleeves. Hi-ya!
I'm a bat, rawr.
CL, and then she just like jumps off the building.
And slow fade to black with Tookie being like, what? Oh yeah, she can fly.
I guess I'll get to see it all the time now. It's gorgeous, Tookie agreed. Earlier that evening, a note had been slipped under her door. Tookie, meet me tonight on the south point of the M. Princess Belladonna, can you flippin' believe it? I can't. Fierce and love, CL.
That's how she signed her Tyra mail, is Fierce and Love, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, in case you weren't sure if this was a self-insert character.
Yeah.
I just saw the breath leave your lungs for a second. You were like, no. CL, who had not announced her reign to the Bellas yet. The board was still debating the most opportune time to do so. Wouldn't it be now? There's like anarchy outside.
Yeah.
I feel like it's okay, guys.
Everything's fine.
It's fine. Had given Tookie a special permit to get into the M building without setting off any alarms. Tookie had passed a few guards on her way up, but they just nodded at her like she was someone special. Maybe she was. Now CL glanced at the large statue of the Belladonna. It was covered with an enormous drop cloth. Next to it, a new statue was ensconced with scaffolding. Sculptors toiled away, carving the rock. Tookie knew this new statue would be CL, Princess Belladonna of Modelland. This is also freaky, CL whispered. Does she have to be a statue? Can she not be a statue? If it was me, I'd very much like to not be a statue.
just have like a picture frame up of me being like, and it's like your new royalty.
Like the guy in The Good Place who like figured out what most of The Good Place was. Like the guy and they just like have his picture on the wall. Like that's what I would want.
Yes, just outside the M, just be like, hey, I'm your leader now.
Yeah.
But...
be of CL. The statue is of her. That's a good sign. This is also freaky, CL whispered. It's kind of weirding me out. Tookie looked at her. What do you think will happen to her, the old belladonna? She trailed off, unable to say, mother. Will she stay in the ugly room? I may be the Princess Belladonna, but that's not for me to decide, CL answered, great sadness in her voice. The board makes that decision based on a volume of rules and bylaws taller than you and thicker than me. Just hope there aren't too harsh on her. Yeah, she may have committed a crime, and she certainly did something insane that changed my childhood forever, but she is still she bit her lip, unable to say mother either. Then CL looked out over the great expanse of the land. You've been at Modelland a whole year, Tookie. I spoke with the board, except for that one time you tried to run away. But
Yeah.
that doesn't count. Spoke with the board. Despite your crazy mama's trespassing and the whole T-Dod switcheroo thingy, unfortunately, you're stuck here at Modelland. She winked at Tookie. Yep, girl, they want you here. Well, most of us do. Really? Tookie breathed out, her body filling with elation and relief. CL waved her finger at Tookie, her face stern. But don't be putting your celebration shoes on just yet. Bless you.
Thank you.
Applause still thinks you're a seamstress. Plus, when I forgot about that part. That happened some point.
Like the very beginning, or like the very introduction to Modelland.
I was confused when he said it before, and I was like, I don't have the energy or care to ask questions at this point. Plus, when I was here, second year was crazy hard. Shoot, they're easy on you, no-see-bellas. This year was easy? Tookie sputtered in disbelief. CL nodded, moonlight dancing on her face. But from here on out, it gets insane. Don't get me wrong, there's a new 777 sheriff in town, but I don't know exactly how I'll be changing things around here. I do know I'ma do things CL style, minus the crazy and spooky parts. And shoot, maybe I'll throw in some posing poetry slams, and oh my god, who knows what else. Is Tyra like into poetry slams? Is that a thing? Because she's mentioned poetry slams a lot.
I don't know. Or maybe it's part of her, like, instead of her being like, I want to be a writer, it's like poetry slams.
Maybe, okay. But what I do know is that I want to make this a place where girls my sister friends could have come. Where girls like my sister friends could have come. Her eyes watered with tears. But that'll be an uphill battle with the board, she said, wiping her tears away. Then she looked at Tookie. But mark my words, your segunda year will be like hell. In heaven. Think you can handle that? Plus a uniform change from green to violet? Tookie nodded. Not violet. Tookie, you're turning violet, Violet.
Well,
Tookie oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, well, I remember seeing in a video where someone was like, green is not a creative color.
Oh,
And
yeah, from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared.
Yeah.
I've never seen it, but I do know green is not a creative color, because my brother is really into it. Tookie nodded shakily. I want to try. I love it here. Do you? I feel like I almost belong. Because you do, girl. CL's gaze was intense. Look, Tookie, you've been underestimated your entire life, including here. The wind is in your face. It's blowing harder than Guscape, and it ain't dying down anytime soon, but that's actually a good thing. Because when people have low expectations, you're just constantly going, ta-da, and they're like, wow, I had no idea. It does take a lot to wow. Wow. When they don't expect much from you, you've got to go for your destiny now. That's how I became a 777 girl. Dream big, bigger than you ever have. So big that people laugh in your face. You need to grab onto the handlebars of fierceness and not let go. Because you're special. I assume this is all Tyra.
She said that on America's Next Top Model
all right. Because you're special, Tookie. You might not know it yet, but you've got a beautiful light that shines inside of you. Tookie's jaw dropped. Someone else told me that exact same thing once, she whispered, remembering Wingtip's unlifting words from a year ago. It made sense that CL had nearly echoed him. Wingtip, Rayfei, was her father, after all. They're like, just in case you missed it, because it was kind of a shit show back there.
I wonder if in the next book she was going to be like, I need to visit my dad.
I wonder if we're ever supposed to find out who Tookie's parents are.
Yeah.
Or dad, or whatever.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe neither of them are her parents.
Oh, gosh. Well, I mean, or I get maybe they adopted her and something went wrong because they did bring her home and they looked happy and Bellissima was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, we never learned about like what, because she had two normal colored eyes, remember? She didn't have the mismatched eyes when she was a baby, and they're like, you're gonna be a belladonna one day, and then we never got closure on that.
Oh.
Tookie breathed in, wanting to tell CL something about her dad, that he was warm and tender, that he would have cared for her dearly, and that maybe he'd descended into melancholy because he lost her forever. Then CL touched her arm. "Wanna fly with me? Come fly with me."
Let's fly,
and then they just start
let's
singing they start singing like cruise liner songs, like Tookie frowned. "Like on T-Dot? Like when you brought us back from Ladorno?" CL shook her head. "Nah, girl. Been there, done that. Outside the pouch." She lowered her chin, and her batwing outfit disappeared, and 1,000 glittering necklaces appeared all over her body. It was the same outfit she'd worn on T-Dot. One of the necklaces stretched out like a tentacle and looped over Tookie's head. A warm light glowed. Tookie's nightgown lit up, revealing hundreds of strands of bejeweled necklaces. Tookie gasped. CL grinned. "Girl, if you want to fly with me, you gotta look fly." I'm sorry, I can't pull off the Tyra Banks lingo. She dropped something after man attack. "Thought you'd like it back." CL placed her hands over Tookie's face. An incredible familiar feeling swept over Tookie. The smize. This time, she recognized the energy that pulsed through her, and just like before, power zipped through her veins. Feelings like waves of intense ecstasy crashed into her, surrounding her with the most magnificent smells and tastes and sounds ever heard. She felt tantalizing, luminescent, invincible, drop-dead beautiful. "Ready?" CL reached out, but why is it a tilde specifically and not a dash? I still have questions about CL's name. Reached out her hand to Tookie just as she had when they'd stood atop the car in Ladorno Square. Tookie grabbed it tight. She wasn't afraid this time, though she was excited. She gripped CL's hand with pride and conviction. "Now climb on my back," CL instructed, and as they took off into the sky, Tookie thought about how much she'd changed since the day CL had plucked her from her family in Ladorno on the day of discovery a year before. Has she changed? Has she actually changed?
She changed clothes.
She changed clothes.
So technically.
She was a different person now. Confident, nervy, a friend who had friends with 4 S's, a leader. I forgot about that. Suddenly, as the wind whipped through her multi-textured hair, she thought of the letters she'd composed a few hours ago in her T-mail jail. The sentences flowed fluidly in her mind, just as they had done when she'd written them down on paper. "This journey hasn't been easy for me. Every step of the way I've struggled, stumbled, doubted, cursed, and felt sure that I couldn't go on. But I feel stronger because of it, almost like I need to go through it to get where I am now. I still don't know if Modelland is my place or if I'm meant for something else. Maybe I'll always doubt. But maybe it's the doubt that keeps me determined. Hungry. Always." That is not a full sentence. Hungry is not a full sentence, Tyra Banks. I'm sorry to break this to you. "Always looking to prove and improve myself. Make myself better. Every night as I lie in my lumiere-less bed, I wonder how many other girls there are like me out there around the world. Maybe like me, your father abandoned you, or perhaps you never even knew him. Maybe your mom's a terror, or you have no friends. Maybe you're maybe you're not the best loved or best looking daughter. Maybe someone hurt you, but you're too nervous to tell anyone. Maybe you hurt yourself and want to stop but don't know how. Maybe you give of your body freely, hoping to get love in return. Or maybe you look at everyone else's bodies and then compare them to and detest your own. Maybe people hurl angry, hurtful words at you, making you want to curl up and disappear. Maybe you hate your reflection, or everyone thinks you're the prettiest but you still feel ugly inside. Maybe you're under intense pressure that you think you can never overcome. Maybe someone tells you daily that you aren't smart or pretty or skinny or talented or good enough. Jesus Christ,
Oh my
Tyra.
god.
I'm gonna need Tyra to take a Benadryl.
Is Tyra okay?
I don't think so.
Oh my god.
I think Tyra needs a hug.
And
No,
therapy.
And therapy. I hope she's in there. I hope she's had therapy. We all need therapy, girl. I get it.
Yeah.
I know what you are going through. I've made a difficult journey to get here. And you can move this. Sorry if that's hard to read.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I have a lot further to go. I must fight for my place every single day. It's easy to shine when everything is perfect, but when things are a little shaky, the best truly emerge to show. It won't tear them down. That's when the struggle to succeed really starts. I pray you find that strength inside of you, that special inner light that shines extra bright. Who do they pray to in this universe? What deity is responsible, is governing over this mess?
The Intoxibellas.
Of course. to the belladonna. That special inner light that shines extra bright. I want to dedicate my struggle and all my time at Modelland to you. Everything I've gone through, everything I'll continue to face is all for you, and I want you to make me a promise. Take all your pain, take all the hurt you're feeling and your bad memories and your darkest thoughts and send it out to the universe, to me. I think Tyra wanted me to be like a sobbing teenage girl reading this, being like, "That you're right, Tyra. I do know what that's like." But at this point, I'm just like, "We're almost done. We're almost done. We're almost done." I'll be your vessel. I'll carry all of the hurt inside me so that you can be free. And every challenge I go through at Modelland will be for me and you, for us. We can do this. But I'm going to need you too. When I feel weak, scared, or like I want to give up, I need you to send up your strength and power to me on this mountain. I can't make it through this place alone, okay? Promise? I believe in you with all my heart, and I hope you believe in me. I just want us to get to the place where we believe in ourselves just as strongly. And besides, there's always room for you in the exclusive Unica's crew. Fierce and love, RG Tookie. Wait, Tookie. RG Tookie.
Remember a girl.
Remember a girl, sorry. I straight
yeah.
up was like, what does that mean? Tookie and CL swept through the sky, circling within the Modelland borders. Suddenly, something invisible tugged at CL's body, pulling her towards the mysterious cemetery within the diabolical divide. CL glanced back at Tookie. I'm getting the sensation that I'm about to teleportal, she yelled over the rushing air. Teleportal where? Tookie yelled back, confused. I don't know, CL answered. Sometimes this happens. The universe tells me to teleportal, and even though I don't know where I'm going, I just go with it. She gestures to the 6 silvery gravestones directly below them. If you let go of my hand, you'll float gently back to Modelland. You don't have to come with me. I don't know what we're in for. Just months ago, Tookie would have dropped CL's hand in an instant, too afraid to face the unknown, but now the idea intrigued her. It would be an adventure, an experience, better yet, an experiment. She clutched CL's hand hard. I want to go with you. Are you sure? Hells yeah, Tookie laughed. All right, girl, let's do this, CL shouted, and she arched her back, and their bodies pivoted and shot towards the ground with, oh my god, Jesus, Tyra. Breakneck speed. The wind snapped through Tookie's hair. She felt the skin of her cheeks pressing back as they gathered momentum, like a dog at the car. The cemetery loomed closer, closer, so close that Tookie could read the names on the graves. Muse Melodia, Muse Prancia, Muse Chromia, Muse Dramatia, Muse Fabrica, Muse Shitektia. Each stone glowed fiery gold as they approached, but instead of crying out in fear, Tookie let out an adventurous whoop. Yay, Tombstone! She thought again of the new letter she'd written for T-Mail Jail, recalling how she had addressed it to every forget-a-girl in the entire world. You did not address it like that. You addressed it fierce and love. RG Tookie. And how she had signed off Tookie, dotting her I with an That's the dot of the eye? Look at this. That's the dot the eye?
Oh my god.
Dotting the I with RG for Remember a Girl. The Intoxibella and soon-to-be Segunda Bella shot like arrows toward the earth. A black hole opened up as their bodies approached. Just as Tookie and CL entered, the hole magically, seamlessly swallowed them up, and the two of them disappeared. That's it. That's the end. That's the book. Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel like I need to do like an aura cleanse after what we've been through.
Just a lot of
Tookie's character development. She goes from FG to RG. For the love of God, it's over. It's so dumb. Why is the book still going? It's over. We just have the acknowledgements. Darth is really excited about the acknowledgements. I'm scared.
Oh gosh.
Rot's fault. Everybody dies. Adriel says. Teleportal. Why couldn't they just call it teleport? This is so stupid. I know. Yeah, is Patrick okay? Patrick is okay, at least for now. I blame Modelland for the tornado. Yep. It was all Modelland.
I feel bad we never got to hear from the other Unicas ever again after they ran out of the room. We never hear about them again. And it's like, well, you could have had a little bit of like, she talked to them before going to them.
Mila says, so we haven't seen Tookie's friends since entering the flashback room, which was like 80 pages ago.
Exactly.
We don't even get like a hug. Wasn't that a fun book? It was a book. It's definitely one of the books of all time. Hi, Cassidy. I didn't even see you come in. May we please get back to Nancy Drew. I swear on Tuesday I will read it, or the next time I read a book, because tomorrow is going to be Kingdom Hearts, I will read a Nancy Drew book. No, it's not a book. I mean, technically speaking, Goodreads describes it as a book. So, I get to I'm going to have so many pages added to my Goodreads.
Yay!
Because Goodreads will tell you, like, not just how many books you've read, but how many pages you've read. So this book is going to be like, here's 570 extra pages. You're doing great. And I'm like, am I? At what cost am I doing great?
Can I get some perks for this book? For the love of book? Goodreads, give me some perks. I read Modelland.
Here's our update. It's over.
It's over.
Finally. Over. I think it's safe to say this is a 1-star book.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even really deserve that 1 star. You just can't give it less than 1 star.
Exactly.
I can't believe we're through. I started reading on February 4th. We have basically spent all of February reading this book.
Yep. But we're done. It's finally over with.
We did it, guys. Look. It's on my red shelf now. It's over. Look, we did it. It's book.
Oh no.
Oh, thank God. I thought that was the thing that was going to disconnect us from all of stream.
Oh no.
Book is over, so no more stream. Nope, book 59 and the books that we've read on this channel. Look at us go.
Yeah.
Almost all of these books. I'm not even going to say almost all of the other books we've read are better than Modelland. Some of them were not good, for sure, but they were all better than Modelland.
We finally have a book at the bottom of the list that's like, what's the worst book you've ever read?
I can't imagine reading something worse than Modelland, and I feel like that's just going to be taken as a challenge by some people to send me books that they think are worse than Modelland, which is like, bring it. Nothing. I've got the power of God and anime and Modelland on my side. You can't do anything to hurt me.
Oh gosh, so many anime.
The story, yes, it can't hurt you anymore. It's just a memory. I always think about, what is it, the second Harry Potter movie, where he's like, Ginny, it can't hurt you anymore. The basilisk, it's just a memory. It's like, there needs to be a meme where it's that, but it's Modelland. It's just a memory.
Just Modelland with the basilisk thing sticking out of it.
Okay, the meteorologist said where the tornado is. It's right by my house. Oh no, I hope
Oh
no.
I hope everything's
okay. there is so much wrong with this book, and the characters learn nothing of value, and they don't change at all. Yes. It's over, isn't it? Isn't it over? Yeah, the story is over. We're just going to read the acknowledgments where we know from peeking at it before that there is just a slur. So we're going to take it, Gabe's going to take it carefully.
Yes, I will take it carefully.
We didn't know when we were peeking at it before that she was just going to drop a slur in the middle of the thank yous.
Yep. Can't wait for the slumber party when I start Modelland 2. I haven't. Okay, let's finish off with the acknowledgement.
You know, everybody in the acknowledgments is like, don't tie my name to this. I don't want to be Googled and have this come up.
Oh gosh, she gives the name of her editor. And she's just like,
that editor is in hiding and has not been seen.
Or they're like
2011.
They're like, oh, thank goodness Instagram wasn't really that isn't what it is now in 2011, and we say this and people create Instagram and TikToks, and she's like, who are you people? Who did this?
Who's done this? That poor editor. Can you imagine? Because I believe editors just get sent books depending on their publisher. I doubt that it was a situation where the editor could say no. So that poor editor got the unluckiest draw in life.
Yeah,
there was an editor, indeed, Darth Sidious. I know it doesn't seem like it. How many books that we've read on the channel? 59. How many books in the series? 1, because it was supposed to be a trilogy, and this one bombed so fantastically.
Yes.
There were no more. We've read 59 books. I can tell you how many pages we've read, but I'll let Gabe read through the acknowledgments, and then I won't interrupt him.
Okay. So we're on page 564. That's where the acknowledgement starts, and it ends on page 569. And then at the end, it's about the author, which is what we read at 15 years old when she started modeling. The idea for Modelland came to me while I was in my car on FDR Drive in New York City. I jotted it down on a piece of scratch paper and tucked it into my purse. 4 years later, that scrap of paper had transformed into the book, or digital thingamajig you now hold in your hands. Because of that, I've had many people and places to say, or because of that, I have many people and places to say merci, danke, and gracias too. From a scrap of paper, Modelland went to paper notebooks that I would write story beats in while sitting by the Hudson River. So thank you, Hudson, even if your water is not as blue as I would like it to be. The notebook material then made its way into my laptop, and I squatted at many cafes for longer than the average dining period should last, and none of you complained to my face. So thank you, NoHo Star, Cafe Falais, F-A-L-A-I, Ciao Bellos, Balthazar, Delicatessen, Colina at Four Seasons, Iris Cafe, Asalina at Gansevoort Park Avenue, and the cafe at the Guggenheim Museum, and Andaz 5th Avenue, your hotel common areas, and the shop. And a special thanks to the Crosby Street Hotel restaurant. Sometimes I'd sit in one seat there for 8 hours at a time, ordering breakfast, lunch, then dinner, only getting up for bio breaks. I know I abused the privilege of that corner window seat. You made me so comfy, though. You practically offered me a pillow and a blanket, and for that I am forever grateful. Can't wait for the slumber party when I start Modelland 2. Oh, I can't forget to thank my mom's and I can't forget to thank my mom's and John's dining room tables. Thank you for letting me mar you with stacks of papers, computer cables, and coffee mug rings. Mom and John, I send you each big sloppy kisses. My other life, being the chairwoman and CEO of Tyra Banks Company, did not stop, and the pressure I was under was intense. At times, I had to get away so I could focus on Modelland. I went on a few kind of swanky retreats, camping out at hotels and doing nothing but writing. Terrania Resort, you helped produce a marvelous outline for Modelland. I might not have followed it exactly, but it was an amazing framework.
No, I never would have noticed.
Just like Tyra.
Who is that she credited?
Terrania, Terranea, Terrania Resort. You helped me produce a marvelous outline. I might not have followed it exactly, but it was an amazing framework.
Got it. And the frame is now shattered on the floor.
Shattered. People, or the glass has been stomped to nothingness. It is dust in the wind. St. Regis Monarch Beach. Thanks for the love and golf cart trips to the restaurant right on the sand.
And Montage Laguna Beach. Thanks for not complaining when I asked for an extension cord for my battery drained laptop, and you sneaked one from about a half mile away to my balcony table overlooking the shore.
A half mile away.
What about your room?
I didn't know you could cable that long. You must have put a lot of them together.
Yeah. Speaking of the shore, much love to the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean's like, don't blame me for this. Your crashing waves crash through my few bouts of writer's block. Lake Como, thank you for providing me with a beautiful landscape in which to create and for inspiring the creation of Abigail Good. As I gazed over the water, she popped into my mind. Hair? Water? Not sure what the connection is, but thanks anyway. It didn't hurt that George Clooney lived a few doors down.
Okay. Humble brag. Subtle flex. Oh, I wrote this where George Clooney lives, kind of.
Morocco. The weeks I spent with you produced such superb material. Thank you to the Amangina Resort for your candlelight, and to Abdul for the verbena tea you kept pouring at 3 a.m. when I was on a writing roll with insane jet lag. Morocco, thank you for the architectural inspiration for the atrium and the feds. Thank you for the wonderful people of the Berber village I visited. It was a real treat for me to read a section of Modelland for half an hour to children who didn't speak English.
Somebody in chat said this. Yeah, she read the book for half an hour to children who didn't understand English, and then was like, "That's proof that it's going to be engaging for children."
I thought that if I could hold their attention that long, maybe the book had a chance of success. Shukran. Shukran. Greece. I polished my baby on your soil. I had to finally let her go while I was in your clutches. Hitting the send button while staring at Crete waves was not easy, but all children must be launched into the world. It was time. Yes, I have had the amazing privilege to write in some delicious places, but always about food.
Always.
But the place I was most grateful for is one that exists in some form around the globe, a place all have access to, the library. The majority of my time writing Modelland was spent in a library, a place where I feel at peace, at home. I can't believe the biblioteca, where I spent so much time working on Modelland, will now house it.
Donde está la biblioteca? Have you ever seen Community?
No, but I've heard that before.
Discoteca, Moneca. I don't remember all of it. I'll need to look it up.
So, with much humility, I thank the libraries and the librarians in charge where I spent so much valuable time. The Mid-Manhattan Library and the Stephen A. Schwartzman Building. Goodness, you are gorgeous. The New York Public Library for Performing Arts at Lincoln Center, and the Beverly Hills Library, especially for the Belladonna opera lyrics, and sorry for eating maple nut fudge, not chocolate, under the table. That Belladonna songwriting worked up my appetite, and the Fudge Factory is right in your building. Cinemagic XM satellite radio. How do you know the exact score I need to hear when I'm writing a particular passage? Thank you to my Twitter and Facebook fam who sent warm smizes of encouragement as I struggled with carpal tunnel and my deadline. Thank you to Harvard Business School and my marketing professor Rohit Deshpande for schooling me on Hindi and Indian culture. Professor Robert Stephen Kaplan, my leadership prof. Thanks for suggesting I give the Unicas richer, more vulnerable backstories. Columbia University, I cheated on Harvard with you and used your grand stairway as opposed to write an entire chapter on Modelland. You are so unbelievably breathtaking, and I can't wait for our next tryst. Shh. Thanks to my agent, Nancy Josephson, for believing that Modelland was more than just a place in my head and for working diligently to make sure it came to life. To my book agent, Andy McNichol, for saying supermodel is an overused term and pushing me to come up with something else. Hence Intoxibellas. So it's your fault, Andy McNichol. To Matt Johnson, my wonderful attorney, I know you look nothing like Guru Matt Joe, and you have nothing in common with him, but I wanted to get your name in the manuscript somehow. Yep. To Brad Rose, my trademark attorney, you covered a very important Modelland
covered a very important Modelland detail for me. You rock. Hannah Smith, your business advice is my saving grace. Look for your name in Modelland too. Intoxibella Tama?
Did
maybe?
you take out the manuscript for Modelland too?
Maybe. Oh gosh. Ken Mock, my dear partner on Top Model. You're an amazing cheerleader and an even more amazing father. And finally, you can visit Modelland and not just in your sleepy awake dreams. Michael Salort, can you believe it's a real book now?
No. No, I can't.
And there's no way in the world I could have done Man Attack without you. For that and so much more, I am forever grateful. Joe, I cannot have kept track of Modelland story, backstory, front and side stories, and everything in between without you. Laura Brown, thanks for allowing me to hole up in your Harper's Bazaar office while you schooled me on low-flying duck Aussie speak. Oh, we never saw the...
We never saw her again. I was just thinking that.
Flying duck Aussie speak. Madison, thanks for offering to read my crazy long first draft. How the heck could you do that and study your full Ivy exams? Miss Madison, I've read many of your school papers. You have a writing gift. Go for it, girl. Sydney, thanks for the two words in this book that you sometimes say that I had to put in. Oh, and Sydney, dance in your spirit and your body. You really are good. Oh.
Oh, that's actually sweet.
Janice Y. Kaylee, yours was the first author reading I've ever been to. Thank you for showing me that once the book is released into the world, it's no longer mine, that the readers own it. And thanks for the homemade Korean barbecue ribs. Yum. And Janice, I'm still hoping for a sequel to The Piano Teacher, and I know you will never write. Come on, Janice, just one more secret MS for me, please. Sarah Shepard, we have experienced a few firsts together. A first novel for me, a first baby for you. You have no idea how my heart swelled when you told me I was a good storyteller.
It's her fault.
It's her fault. I only hope for a smidgen of the success you have. I feel the acknowledgments are more well written than this entire book.
It's true.
And
it's really true.
And it makes me feel so bad that the rest of the book is just not good. I have no idea. I only hope for a smidgen of success you have achieved with Pretty Little Liars. I can't wait to read the sequels that still live inside of that genius head of yours. Stephen King. It feels so good to even type your name, especially because people will assume we are friends. I want to thank you for writing on writing. Yep, I read it twice. I may have failed when it came to your advice that one should not use too many adverbs and adjectives, but Modelland is so splendiferously, kaleidoscopically out of this world colorful, I couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. Immaculate Heart High School, thank you for enriching my mind and making me an independent, free-thinking woman, and thanks for having some of the best English teachers on the planet.
All the English teachers are like, she didn't go here.
We don't know her. Mr. Terry Bliet, if it weren't for you and your fabulous literature classes, Modelland might have never come to fruition, so it's his fault. It's his fault. It might have remained more idea on scrap paper that just disintegrated at the bottom of my messy purse. To LA models, elite models, hola Oscar Reyes, city models, merci Veronique, IMG models, the city of Paris, and the fashion industry worldwide. Thank you for letting this big, four-headed, flat-footed, skinny calf, cellulite, dimpled bum girl be a part of your world. You were the catalyst that gave me the voice to reach so many.
How dare you?
The Tyra Banks company, my kick butt team that keeps our company running. Thank you for understanding that I had to check out for months at a time to work on my Modelland baby. I see your beauty. Hope you lioness of the fierce jungle with great hair. What hope? Oh, hope. You lioness of the fierce jungle with great hair. You miraculously managed my insane life, allowing me to focus on the completion of Modelland. Crotches! Exclamation point, winky face.
What the hell?
I don't know. Sabrina, our office, G-word. Thanks for your intense work ethic and keen eye. Your tireless help solidifying our Modelland cover, back, cover, spine, and end papers was a heck of a task, girl.
She illustrated?
Solidifying our cover, back, cover, spine, and end papers.
Oh. Sabrina, we're so sorry.
Sorry, Sabrina.
We hope that you are not working there anymore.
I hope you're living your best life and happy.
Or there's some secret in-joke that we don't get and you're actually very happy working there, in which case we're glad you're happy.
Yes, we just want you to be happy. And Patrick, our ringmaster, wow, what can I say? Thanks for believing in, supporting, and understand what Modelland means to me. Having you lead our team every day is a gift that keeps on surprising and giving. I appreciate you. Here's to all of us fighting to keep expanding the definition of beauty. To my editor, Wendy Loggia, Loggia, Wendy Loggia. Thank you for taking my first 1,000-page manuscript, I know, insane, and making it this. How the heck do you know how to do that and not sacrifice the story? It's a gift that is otherworldly. Are you human? Now that I think of it, your stunning eyes are kind of not really mortal. To Tribeca Flashpoint Media Arts Academy, the cover is slammin'. You know it because y'all did it. I know it was lots of work, but you all rocked it. Much love to sensational artists Perry Harofas and James Redschmidt. Our hands-on sessions in Chicago were fun and inspiring. And Howard Tolman, you are full of passion for Flashpoint, its instructors and students. They are all lucky to have you as their leader. Hebrew Brantley, the end papers, the graffiti on the inner covers are so much fun. Oh, so it's Hebrew Brantley who, well, I mean, they're really good illustrations.
No, the illustrations are beautiful. You did wonderful, Hebrew Brantley.
Thank you, Hebrew Brantley. It was fun. There's so much amazing detail, but I can't find the fried chicken I asked you to put in there. Now I want fried chicken. To my publisher, Beverly Horowitz, I'm not sure if you knew how dedicated I would be to Modelland, or that I'd also be a big pain in the nitpicky bum perfectionist, but you are a living legend, which means you've seen it all. I feel so blessed that Modelland has been anointed by you. To you, the person reading this book, my first novel, what can I say to express my deepest gratitude?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Tyra. Releasing Modelland into the world, into your hands, makes me feel so excited, yet extremely vulnerable. I'm nervous and curious about how each chapter makes you feel.
Oh, now I feel bad.
Which characters speak to you? Which ones you love, hate, or love to hate? Modelland is no longer mine. It belongs to you.
No, thank you. We're good.
I hope you enjoyed reading her as much as I did writing her. Thank you for spending your precious time with my baby.
Oh, gosh.
To John, you make me smile and laugh and laugh and smile. I'm smiling now as I write this. Your selfishness and patience are so your selflessness and patience are so rare. Thank you for the many mouth-watering meals you cooked while I typed away.
Is this her boyfriend?
I thought, or I know her baby daddy name is Eric or something.
Oh, does she have kids? I know nothing about Tyra Banks.
She has one kid. I think we've seen them on her Instagram, but I'm not for sure. Trying to I remember she thanked her mom and someone else. Anyway. Your selflessness and patience are so rare. Thank you for many mouth-watering meals cooked while I typed away. Thank you for accompanying me to many of my odd Columbia Steps writing excursions. Looking up and seeing you right there made me feel so special. Thank you for so much for never complaining that I was writing too much, but thank you even more for telling me
Why didn't you complain more?
But thank you even more for telling me to go to bed when you knew I was typing. What I was typing had to be gibberish because it was 3 a.m. Yo te quiero. No, for real, winky face. My brother Devin, you are amazing. You serve our country and make me feel so safe when I go to bed at night. I know you always say how proud of me you are. You will never truly understand just how proud of you I am, Debbie. The fact that you are my brother has me overflowing with admiration, and our mutual love of all things Walt Disney has shown us that all dreams are possible. Thanks for exposing even more of Mr. Disney's life to me. You and Walt are my heroes. Love, WAP. Daddy, no matter how old I get, I know I will always be your little girl. Thanks for showering me with so much love. Thanks for taking me to Disneyland multiple times a year when I was young. Experienced that magical place that allowed me to dream up Modelland. Thanks for always calling to check up on me. You seem to have some sixth sense
for when I am stressed. Buster loves you, Daddy. And Ma, thanks for snapping my author photo. You took my first modeling photos and first fiction author pic. Cool. And thank you so much for carving out a huge block of your precious time to read every last word of the first 1,000-page manuscript and giving me the harsh, unfiltered truth. You are truly the world's most lovely, most beautiful, most loyal, and caring Intoxibella who ever was and ever will be. Long live the original CL.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was so good. It makes me feel bad, but the book,
Everything but the slur was good. The acknowledgement was well written.
Yes.
It feels like she couldn't have written in her own personal style and was trying to write out of style, because if she had written the whole book with that kind of character, it might have been a good book.
Yeah.
Or at least a comprehensible book.
Yeah.
The book is done, yay.
The book is done.
Your dad read this and you felt no shame. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine. Dad, look.
Modelland.
Oh, so you typed this when you were basically asleep. Yeah, it shows, Tyra. And then Darth says, writing this at 3 a.m. or orange o'clock is must be why there's so many opposites. I'm deciding to create a small series that I'm putting into action this summer. I'll let you know what happens. I'm starting concept art. Good for you, Toonimation. That'll be fun. Hi, Jay. We just finished.
We just finished.
This is the Tyra Y merch so far.
Oh, I love it.
There are stickers, shirts, and mugs and water bottles for people to do their own water drinking.
Oh gosh. I drink the red body juice of my enemies.
That's next. That's not going in the Modelland collection. That's just going in the general collection.
Yes.
I'm just gonna say shirts, mugs, and more for when you question. Whoa.
When you question Tyra.
When you question your decision. Oh, that's not how you spell that. My brain is melting.
You need to go to bed. No typing at 3 a.m. Oh my gosh, it's 11:01.
Oh my god, your mom is gonna be like, what did you do?
No, it's fine.
Okay, we'll get off so that Gabe can go home and sleep.
Or side note, I'm reading a webtoon comic called Time and Time Again, and they had a caption like, "Are our boys gonna be okay?" And now I'm like, oh no, are the boys gonna be okay? I would highly recommend Time and Time Again from Webtoons. Also, please follow me on YouTube.
Natty, who's dad read Modelland? Tyra's
dad. Yeah. At 3 p.m. in my time, I had to suffer along. Oh. Well, I'm sorry you had to suffer here from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. That sounds very, very sad.
But thank you for being with us.
Yes.
We appreciate you.
Thank you all for being here. We really appreciate you being here.
So this is technically the second stream of the day, Joss. We got off for dinner and we got back on because we were like, you know what? We only got like 80 pages left. Let's just be done. And now we are. So now,
Something went wrong. Everything's going wrong.
But everything is live. I hope nothing went wrong. It's like something went wrong. The listing is live. Anyway, I'll worry about this later because I don't want to hold Gabe prisoner longer than we already have. So everybody say thank you, Gabe. And please don't stop talking to Avery because of this book, Gabe.
I was just holding it up to like model it for everyone, but
yeah.
No.
You can have it.
Okay. But no, I enjoyed this. This was fun.
This was fun.
Again, didgeridoo.
Oh yeah. Didgeridoo, it's Jesus. LOL mood. Yeah, is Patrick okay? Patrick, if you're watching this, be sure to message me so I know that you're okay. Or post on the Discord. Tyra, this book sucked. This was not a good book, Tyra. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Model with Modelland, and don't forget to smize, Gabe.
Am I smizing?
I still don't know what smizing is.
Smiling
I know
with
it's like
your
smiling
eyes.
with your eyes, but like
It's like squinting, but fiercely. Yeah, it's like squinting without like having like without, or it's like squinting without like looking like you're squinting. It's weird to.
New Discord topic is Patrick. Okay, Patrick is probably working doing the local news. So that could easily be why we haven't heard. But hopefully we hear from Patrick soon. I would like to know if Patrick is okay. Patrick, if you're watching this back, we would all like to know if you are okay. Make sure to check in. We all need to know.
We need to know how Patrick is doing.
Yeah, Patrick is at the station, so he's probably busy making sure that the news stays on air, which seems like it's probably a very important thing if they're having tornadoes going through. So that sounds like a very busy night. I don't know what he does exactly. I know that he shared that he works at the news station and he does like the night news, the late news. So yeah, we will leave you guys here. Hi, Paulo. Adriel. All right, another. I could have sworn. Oh no, Adriel. Paulo accidentally hit Adriel.
Oh no. Sorry, I had to print
you-
papers for work.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, Patrick.
Oh, Patrick. Patrick's okay. Okay. We were
Yay!
just, he lives. The boy who lived. We were
and-
just making sure that you were okay.
And Joss was saying there are muscles under your eyes that move when you smile, so you just move those. So you smile, then frown, but keep your eyes the same.
I remember her telling people to do this on her show. I just never understood how to do it. Like, I know in theory how to do it, but like,
We need to practice our smizes. I've been watching the show for years, and I don't know how to smize correctly.
Oh, I hope that your house and everything and everybody is okay, Patrick.
Yes. No, I hope your house isn't gone. I hope everything's
We're all gonna
okay.
light intention candles for Patrick's house. Those of us who light intention candles. We make sure our community is okay. We look out for our people, even when we put our people through Modelland.
Oh, gosh.
We will see you guys soon.
Modelland. Yeah.
Oh,
Here you
God.
go.
I'm so sorry, Gabe.
No, it's fine.
Every time I see Gabe now, I'm gonna be like, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Don't apologize. It's fine.
Time to put this on the shelf and leave it there forever.
And we need to put it on the shelf and wrap ourselves in good luck charms for the rest of everything.
Yeah, stay safe, everybody affected by storms. Tyra, don't write another book,
I don't think
please.
she is.
It doesn't look like it.
Avery's Pain of Memories with Bexton.
It'll be better than this. Well, not like I've had fun doing this. It won't be better in the way that I will be miserable trying to beat Vexen instead of being like, "Yay, Gabe's here and we're reading a book." But it won't be Modelland. So like in terms of like the story that we're working through, it'll be much better than Modelland.
Yay.
So there's that. I'm gonna have nightmares. I am too. I'm so scared.
The simple monster. The simple monster.
No. So yeah, I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.
Please follow me on YouTube.
Yeah, go follow Gabriel Kustick.
It's a picture, or you'll see a picture of Tyra Banks and me in a Gesundheit blue shirt, imitating the photo. There's a lot of Digimon videos and Jurassic Park videos on there.
I'm looking it up real quick before we get off.
Thank you.
Because then I can just copy and paste it.
Oh gosh, I'm also posting a bunch of Digimon videos with armor digivolutions. That's like my signature thing where I just do dual digivolutions, but then the algorithm doesn't know what to do with my Jurassic Park videos. And I'm like, I worked so hard on the Jurassic Park videos.
Spencer got a recommendation of a video from a channel that he does not watch, has never watched, and the video only had 2 views. And I was like, he's like, the algorithm's really hustling for this man. I don't know who he is. I'm like, can they hustle for me?
Algorithm. Maybe they put money into it. Thank you for putting in my link.
No worries. Now it'll be pinned. So in theory, when people go back and watch this live, it'll be like right at the top.
Tyra's Beauty Inside and Out next, please.
Oh gosh, we can't read any more Tyra Banks books.
No more Tyra Banks books.
Not at least for a year.
Unless it's someone else writing a book about her.
Yeah. We're already gonna at some point put ourselves through Imagines with Natasha, so
Yes.
God help us. I wonder if that'll be worse than this.
I mean, at least it'll be more fun, I feel like.
I hope so. Although we might have to. I already told Natasha I flipped through it when I bought it for $1, and it didn't seem like there was anything like over the line, like racy or anything. But because Imagines with Celebrities can get that way, especially if it's a celebrity that was a teenager, we're going to be like, okay, we've all done improv and we've all done extra work. We will just make up. We will if it gets uncomfortable, we will make up what happens and be like, that is what happens. Believe me.
Believe it. The last Digimon series I watched fully was Saber's Data Squad. I don't know if I watched Frontier the whole way through. Oh god, Frontier has the best opening of all the Digimon openings, but then the story kind of like, eh. And then, but Laser, have you seen the Digimon Adventure Troy movies? They're fine. They have good. Well, the Digivolution sequences are good. There's some good moments, but I feel like it doesn't have a lot of good character development, unfortunately.
I have not bound it, Patrick. Patrick wrote his own Winnie the Pooh story that he wants to distribute now that Winnie the Pooh is in the public domain.
Oh, and I saw a little bit of the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. I was watching CNN and they were being so mean to the guys who made the movie. It's like, what are you doing? This is weird. And it's just like, they're just having fun.
I mean, we've probably said similar things just because I'm afraid. And mostly, it's not that I'm mad at them. I'm mostly just mad at myself for being like, I will cover this movie. Because I feel like it's personally not going to be my vibe of a movie. And plus, it's Winnie the Pooh. Is nothing sacred.
Yeah. I mean, hey, they were like, the rights are up, let's do this. Cross Wars is what, oh god, Cross Wars is the third season where it's just this guy's like, I want to be the best, blah blah. It was so dumb. All of the Digimon Adventure returning stuff, I stopped not that far into Digimon Adventure. Try Digimon Adventure is the new one, not the 1991 one. Oh yes, I call it Digimon Adventure 2020 because why would they say, or why would they? It's just weird shows keeping the same names for reboots. But yeah, they did a reboot of Digimon Adventure. And I feel like they tried to do more character development things, but they kept separating everyone, then bringing them together, then separating one and bringing them together. And then there's just random side episodes. And it's just like, it's kind of all over the place, but it's kind of, I feel like it's kind of because the pandemic was going on. And so they kind of like rushed some things and then kind of tried to smooth it all out. But
Natty, I'll post when the merch goes live. I'm gonna add a couple more things, and the first, like, obviously I'll keep adding to it. But once the first, once at least the Modelland stuff is all out there, I'll post the link in the announcements and I'll add everyone. I try not to add everyone unless it's like an event happening, but I consider this an event. And then I'll just, probably post in general when like new stuff drops and just be like, hey, just so you know.
New merch.
You don't have to buy any of it, but just for those who are interested, here it is. But yes, I'm personally excited and personally want an I Survived Modelland or Modelland Survivor that looks like the school shirt. Like it looks like Harvard University, but it says Modelland Survivor, and I have the little eye thing that says Tyra Y 2023.
People will be so confused.
Yeah, I'm interested.
A Granny Coven hoodie for
right. I need to. There's so many things I need. I need to make one that says like, cite your sources, Jonathan, for Jonathan Frakes on Beyond Belief.
Oh yes.
All of that'll happen, but I'll get at least for tonight. Since camera, calm down.
Oh.
I guess the camera is just like, get off. You've been streaming too much. It's too much.
Oh, the
right.
camera.
All right, we'll go so the Gabe's can sleep and the camera can chill the hell out right now.
Oh my gosh.
But thank you guys. We'll see you
Thank
next time.
you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you for being here and being here as we read.
Thank you so much. It's the Modelland curse.
The Modelland curse. The Modelland curse. The Modelland curse. Or yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Thank you.
Bye.